Chapter 141, 1-Year Commitment. Chapter 141, 1-Year Commitment. That's it. Sean smiled. Do you know how many doctors I've called already? None of them can guarantee he can live past next June. Indeed, according to my estimation, your father will live for at most 3 or 4 months. To be honest, death may only mean relief to him, Chen Zhao replied. Nevertheless, I still think that I can delay his death. Chen Zhao did not know Sean's purpose. However, as an illegal doctor, he had to follow one rule: never ask the client's motives. The less he knew, the safer he would be. Sean's family was surely not an ordinary one. Chen Zhao felt that his entire family might be in the mafia. But it'll cost more than just $30,000. I need to come here once every week, Chen Zhao said, looking at Sean. Once every week, 30,000 each time. A reasonable price it is, Sean nodded. However, should my father die within a year, his death will also mark yours. It was a blunt death threat. Chen Zhao glanced at old Sean and promised, as long as it's not an accidental death, I can guarantee that he lives. Of course. With great risk also comes great reward. Chen Zhao indeed had to undertake an enormous risk, but if he managed to complete the task, he would receive at least $1.5 million after a year. After deducting Ethan's 20% commission, he would still get $1.2 million. Mr. Sean, let me begin your father's first treatment. Do I need to leave? No. Then let's start. Chen Zhao helped old Sean to dredge his meridians in order to improve his blood circulation. In fact, even without demonic crystals, Chen Zhao was still confident that he could delay old Sean's death. Chen Zhao spent 2 entire hours for the acupuncture. When he collected the needles back after 2 hours, old Sean's face was clearly more ruddy. Sean looked at Chen Zhao. He was now certain that Chen Zhao had not just been exaggerating. He took out the $30,000 cash which he had prepared earlier. Taking the cash, Chen Zhao said, "Thank you. I should leave now. Mr. Sean, if you have any medical needs in the future, you can call me anytime. Bye. Donep, send Mr. Chen back to the city." Chen Zhao slapped $6,000 onto Ethan's table. Filled with excitement, Ethan almost leaped onto Chen Zhao and kissed his cheek, but Chen Zhao rejected him forcefully. "Chen, I knew you could do it. You're amazing." 6,000 was indeed a huge sum for Ethan. "Since you're so happy, how about treat me to a lunch out to thank me? Lee made many burgers. Let's eat here. The kids like my burgers too." "Stingy. You just earned over 20,000. Why not you treat me? Don't even think about it. You're Chinese. You should be more generous. This has nothing to do with nationality. I earned my money through hard work. Finding clients for you is hard work as well." Just then, Ethan's phone rang. After he answered the call, he said to Chen Zhao, "Look, another client, but not so much money this time. Only 500. Do you want it? What kind of client is it?" "UCLA. I only know it's a group of students. They probably got themselves into some kind of trouble. University of California is a public university system which comprises 10 campuses. Its main campus used to be in Oakland, but now there is no longer a main campus and all of them have the same level. UCLA, or University of California, Los Angeles, is one of them. Oh yeah, Vincent is no longer driving, right? I heard that he's planning to become an actor. Did you help him? What's strange about it? Who in Los Angeles doesn't dream of becoming a star? Do you dare to say that you've never thought about it? Every Angelino is an actor. Indeed, Hollywood's development has influenced every corner of Los Angeles. Most people in Los Angeles have a job that is in one way or another related to Hollywood. Who would not want to appear on a screen in pure glamour and beauty? Even older people might have the same dream. It's a difficult path. At least he has the path before him, Chen Zhao said. Vincent had obtained this opportunity because of the relationship between Chen Zhao and Stephen, but the opportunity would not be long-lasting. If he could manage to have a fantastic performance in his next 2 or 3 plays, perhaps an agency would find him and offer him more opportunities in the future. On the other hand, if his performance was only mediocre, he would return to his ordinary life. Of course, the key was whether the movie itself had a huge box office taking. If it was a very popular film, the characters inside would also look showy. Another possibility was if he was extremely lucky and a film just wanted a new actor as the lead. However, the odds were exceptionally low. There were indeed actors in Hollywood who became famous overnight, but no more than one or two every year. Moreover, Vincent's circumstances were rather special. Chen Zhao really hoped that Vincent would succeed. To this end, he was willing to help him whenever he could. Evely Model had been constantly persuading her roommate Diana Billis. At the moment, Diana's face was as pale as a sheet. Both of them were medical students, so they roughly knew how severe the situation was. "Diana, let me send you to the hospital. You can't delay anymore. Your situation is very dangerous." "No way," Diana answered stubbornly, gritting her teeth. Even though she was already very weak, she was still unwilling to go to the hospital. "Damn. If you insist on doing this, you'll really die." "I've already called a doctor," Diana said with a weak voice. "Are you an idiot? You've already been harmed by an illegal doctor, and now you're calling another one here." Evely roared in anger. "We both read medicine. You should know the risks of finding an illegal doctor. They mostly have had no proper medical training. Some can't even distinguish the various kinds of scalpels. Do you know? I know. If someone finds out about my illegal abortion, all of my secrets will be exposed. I may even be prosecuted," Diana said. "So you'll help me to keep my secrets, right?" Evely seemed somewhat hesitant. "As long as you're completely safe, I'll keep your secrets. However, if your life is at stake, I'll call an ambulance immediately. When will the doctor arrive?" Chapter 142, Patient in Heat. Chapter 142, Patient in Heat. Chen Zhao reached the entrance of UCLA. However, the campus was close to 2 square miles and he didn't know where his client was. He decided to call to ask. "Hi, I'm the doctor. Are you my client? Where are you? I'll go pick you up." "At the main entrance." Chen Zhao waited patiently. A while later, Evely Model appeared before him. "It's you. It's you." They both recognized each other. It was the college student Chen Zhao met on the train from San Diego to LA. "Miss Evely, you don't seem to be sick. From my preliminary judgment, you should be quite healthy." Chen Zhao looked like he was observing Evely's health, but he was actually enjoying her body. "You better be careful with your eyes. Otherwise, I'll have the guys here knock your teeth out, just like how you were when we first met. You have boxers in your school? You don't even reach my school's average height for guys and you want to fight." Evely said with disdain. "You can find someone to try. If you get beaten up, there'll be no one to treat my friend. Aren't you a medical student? Why do you need an illegal doctor like me? Hurry up. My friend's in a bad situation." They kept bickering along the way, but Chen Zhao didn't dally. After reaching Evely's dorm, Chen Zhao saw Diana Bills who was lying on the bed. He immediately walked over and grabbed Diana's wrist. "You don't need to feel her pulse. Her uterus is bleeding. She went through labor induction?" Chen Zhao asked, looking up. "Yes." "Illegal abortion?" "Yes." Even in a progressive country like America, illegal abortions still occurred. There were many reasons why people chose to do one, but it was obviously very dangerous. The sanitary conditions in many illegal clinics were horrible. The surgeons weren't very professional either. Abortions required high standards for the environment and surgery. If it was done in an actual hospital, it would be very safe and just a small surgery. But if done in an illegal clinic, it would become extremely dangerous. More than 100,000 Americans die from illegal abortions annually. "Can I check under her?" Chen Zhao asked. "Yes," Diana answered in a weak voice before Evely could say anything. Chen Zhao took out a vaginal expansion device and started checking carefully. "Her uterus seems to be infected. Did she take any antibiotics after the surgery?" Most accidents after illegal abortions were due to the injury getting infected from the bad sanitary conditions. "She's allergic to antibiotics." "All antibiotics?" "She's allergic to most types of medicine," Evely said. Being allergic to medicine was the worst situation. She has a high fever of 101 degrees. I have to lower her temperature, Chen Zhao said. She's not allergic to alcohol, right? Right. Wipe rubbing alcohol all over her body. Alcohol was the fastest way to take away a person's heat. This made it the best method for physical cooling. What about her infection? I have some medicine I made myself. It should work. Are you sure your disgusting-looking medicine can work? It won't bring Diana to see God, right? The biggest possibility is that she's going to hell. In Western religions, abortion was one of the biggest sins. If Diana really died, she would have to go to hell. Evely huffed, clearly unhappy with Chen Zhao's words. Chen Zhao picked through his kit and chose a bottle of demonic medicine. What's that? My unique formula, Chen Zhao said. You illegal doctors just love having random formulas. If anything happens to Diana, I'm never going to forgive you. If something really happens to her, you'll be to blame as well. Miss, drink this. You'll get better. Diana sniffed the medicine. What's this? I can't tell the ingredients at all. I told you it's my own formula. Drink it. Are you sure I won't die? I promise. I promise you'll live nicely. Otherwise, I'll have to go to jail. It tastes weird. I'll add sugar next time, Chen Zhao chuckled. You're so sweet. Where are you from? I'm from China. Can you be my boyfriend? I have a girlfriend. When you break up with her, can you date me? Why do you want to date a Chinese guy? You make me feel comfortable. Plus, you saw my body already. I'm a doctor. You're a med student too. You should know that doctors often can't help but touch a patient's body. Chen Zhao wouldn't take a half-conscious patient's words seriously. Many patients would feel helpless and develop a reliance on the doctor. These may be Diana's genuine words, but after a while, she might not even remember that she said all this. Of course, rejecting Diana was mostly because Chen Zhao didn't want to have another relationship. At least, he didn't know anything about Diana and he couldn't agree so impulsively. Evely glared at Chen Zhao without saying anything. Diana, how do you feel? Better. Diana looked at Chen Zhao. Do you have to leave now? After a bit. I need to observe your condition. Can you talk to me? Of course. What do you want to talk about? Chen Zhao sat down beside the bed and looked at Diana with gentle eyes. Don't you want to know whose baby I aborted? If you want to talk about it. Chen Zhao would never purposely probe into a client's private matters. Even if he was curious, he still had to respect their wishes. Diana rested her head on Chen Zhao's thigh. She was a very pretty and youthful girl. Slowly, she told Chen Zhao about her story. His heart felt heavy because it was such a sad past. However, he understood why Diana would choose abortion. She'd been drugged and raped. She didn't even know who the father was. Don't think that these girls are all very open. Not everyone was able to think lightly about these things. To most girls, what Diana went through was a catastrophe. Chapter 143, I'm her boyfriend. Chapter 143, I'm her boyfriend. Just then, someone knocked on the front door. Diana, Evely, are you in? Chen Zhao found the voice somewhat familiar. Shit, it's the professor. Evely suddenly became very anxious. Chen Zhao remembered. It was Wright, Ethan's grandmother. I heard you. I'm opening the door, Wright said again. Wright pushed the door open and saw Chen Zhao, Evely, as well as Diana who was on her bed with a blanket on. Hi, Wright, how are you doing? Chen, why are you here? Wright inspected the room. She saw the blood-stain-filled bin, the messy room, and Evely's nervous look. Diana, are you ill? Yes, Madam Wright, I'm not feeling well. Why didn't you go to the hospital? Or tell me about it? Right, let's go and drink something together. Chen, you know that I can reject anyone but you. Let's go. Wright still gave face to Chen. However, before she left, she looked at Diana and Evely. Ladies, if you have any trouble, you can tell me. I believe I can help you. Of course, you can find him too. He's the only illegal doctor that I trust. Right, I'm flattered by your compliment. Chen Zhao looked rather shy. He turned his head and looked at Diana and Eve Lee. Eve Lee, take care of Diana. Bye. Bye. Chen, is Diana all right? Not too good, but I believe she'll make it. Is it inconvenient for you to tell me? Right, you don't want me to go against my own professional conduct, do you? Since you said so, I trust that you wouldn't let anything happen to my student. Thank you for your trust. Chen Zhao was really scared that Wright would keep asking. He also had no idea how to reply. Chen, do you want to teach in the university? Right, stop joking with me. I can't be a teacher. You're more than good enough. If you want, you can become a medicine lecturer here. I don't even have a medical license. How can I be qualified to teach the students here? Wright shook her head. No need for a license. I think that you are qualified, and so you are. Forget it. I'm satisfied with my current job. All right. I won't force you. After all, Wright was over 90 years old already. She knew how to deal with other people. Some things just cannot be forced. One has to differentiate between ideals and reality. For example, her student 4 always liked to idealize work and life. While Wright looked kind and gentle in front of Chen Zhao, both students and teachers in the school would take the long way just to avoid her after noticing her. In this university, nobody was more senior than her. Half of the lecturers and even the professors in the School of Medicine were either her students or students of her students. To be blunt, Wright was almost like the empress of the university. After walking for a while, Wright was already tired. Chen Zhao held her arm and they sat down on a bench nearby. Wright, how's your body recently? Not bad, except that my waist would hurt every now and then. Do you want some acupuncture? It can relieve your pain for 1 or 2 months. Let's make an appointment. I still have a lesson later. Okay. By the way, you seem to have your pets with you every time I see you. Is it your habit? Yep. I'm afraid that they'll demolish my house, so I have to bring them with me. That student over there. Please buy us 2 cups of coffee. Thanks, Wright instructed a nearby student directly. Chen Zhao was speechless. Wright was indeed the empress. Yes, Professor. Right. Chen Zhao found it really special to drink coffee with a granny on a university bench. After they finished their drinks, Wright stood up. Chen, I'm going for my lesson. Chen Zhao hugged Wright. You have my number. If you feel unwell, call me anytime. Don't worry, I'm a doctor too. Minor illnesses can't stump me. After Wright left, Chen Zhao was ready to leave as well. Before long, however, Chen Zhao was stopped. A few students who were rather fit blocked Chen Zhao's path with their hands crossed before their chests. The Asian there, come here. Their leader was at least 9 meters tall and perhaps as heavy as Gaia. What? The muscle man put his hand onto Chen Zhao's shoulder. I saw you with Eve Lee just now. Can you explain your relationship? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. It looked just like those TV scenes where a school bully encountered his love rival. I'm her boyfriend, Chen Zhao replied with a smile on his face. Yellow-skinned monkey, you don't deserve Eve Lee. If you don't want to. Chen Zhao punched the bully in the stomach. The bully covered his stomach with his hands and knelt on the ground, vomiting his lunch out. Kid, do you know how childish you are? Chen Zhao squatted down before the bully and patted his cheek. It's not embarrassing to challenge your love rival. What's embarrassing is that you can't beat him, and instead you're beaten up. Horton, Dame, beat him up. Chen Zhao immediately grabbed the bully's shoulder and lifted him into the air with a single hand. Chen Zhao was half a head shorter than the bully, but now he was holding the bully with just one hand. The scene was indeed somewhat terrifying. The bully felt that his shoulder was about to be crushed and his face was filled with pain. Let go. Let go of me. If you dare to do anything to me in school, I'll report you. Before you call the police, you better prepare a script first. Racial discrimination is no light crime. Should any of you leak it by accident, I will have no idea if you would be expelled by the university. Chen Zhao threw the bully onto the lawn. The students around him gave way and no longer dared to block his path. Of course, Nobody dared to call the police. No one would dare to display any form of racism openly. If a university student was found guilty, no matter what his background was, he would be expelled. Chen Zhao dared to punch the bully in public precisely because of this. He did not know who the bully was, but even if his family was extremely rich, they might not be able to do much to Chen Zhao. Perhaps rich people could do whatever they wanted to legal organizations, but not towards the common man. Rich people certainly cherished their reputation. They would not use the special relations they had just because their kids had a fight in school. Chapter 144, Going to Hell at the School Entrance. Chapter 144, Going to Hell at the School Entrance. Macallan Bodie was brought to the infirmary by some football players. He wasn't badly hurt, but his shoulder and collarbone seemed to be dislocated. The students didn't know just how strong that Asian man was. He'd lifted all 200 pounds of Macallan with one hand. They probably couldn't even lift him with two hands. To be honest, they were all pretty strong students. They played football, after all. You couldn't play it if you weren't strong enough. But they really weren't good enough to fight aggressively. At most, they would bully the regular students, but they found a strong match this time. That Asian man had really scared them. More importantly, they were in the wrong. When the nurse saw Macallan, he thought they'd gotten hurt on the field. "Macallan, where you are hurt?" "Shoulder, my shoulder," Macallan said in pain. "I can't move my shoulder." The nurse Andibel had Macallan take off his shirt. His shoulder was swollen already. "You didn't get hurt on the field, right?" "Yeah, someone squeezed me." "No way. How strong does someone have to be to squeeze your shoulder like this?" Andibel checked Macallan's injury and took out an ice pack. "Ice it yourself. That guy is a monster. He lifted me up with one hand. Is it even possible to lift you up with one hand with your size? That guy isn't even bigger than me, that asshole. Does he lift weights?" That was the only possibility that Andibel could think of. Someone who wasn't as big as Macallan but could be so strong had to be a weightlifter. He doesn't look strong at all, but he's Evelia's boyfriend. "Oh, I see." Andibel instantly understood why Macallan got taught a lesson. He'd probably gotten jealous and went to cause trouble but was beaten up instead. Andibel pushed Macallan's dislocated bones back in place, making him howl in pain. "Andibel, you're close to the boxing club, right?" No. Andibel cut him off. "You're too immature. I won't help you." Macallan was hurt. It was the second time someone called him immature today. "If you help me contact them, I'll give you $500. Andibel arched an eyebrow. He made less than $2,000 each month working here. To be honest, this wasn't enough for his everyday needs. Plus, he smoked weed occasionally. $500 wasn't a small number. It made him hesitate. However, if the school found out, he would lose his job. "No, I won't do something like this." 1,000, Macallan raised the price. 2,000. Andibel gave in. It's not easy to get Tiger to help. I hope he can knock that asshole's teeth out. Of course, but I hope no one will know about this. Of course. I don't want to get expelled either. Andibel wasn't a gangster. He'd actually graduated from this school too. However, he liked to befriend all types of people. Many times, the students could ask him to help them take care of some small problems. This was also why the school always gave him low ratings. If not for the fact that he hadn't done anything major, he would have been fired long ago. When Chen Zhao exited the campus, a car stopped before him. Chris popped her head out. "Chen, how come you're here?" Chen Zhao looked inside. Chris and Sienna were both there. "One of my clients is a student here." "What about you two? Why did you come?" "Our client is here too," Sienna said. "You wanna come play?" "I'm a doctor." Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. "Chris, are you sure you want to go with Sienna on these dangerous trips?" "I find it interesting. Plus, I don't have a choice." "Chen, there's a cursed place here. Are you sure you don't want to come? How much is your client paying?" $3,000. Sienna blushed when she said that. To her, $3,000 was a big number. "Good luck and goodbye. Come on, Maybe we need your help. Chen Zhao suddenly felt his right hand heat up. It was similar to when his hand swallowed the reflection demon. What was going on? Why was it acting up now? Chen Zhao raised his hands to look. They were turning transparent. Oh, no! A demon in hell was summoning him in broad daylight, in a public place. He quickly ducked into the car while Sienna and Chris looked at him curiously. As his body continued fading, Chris asked caringly, "Chen, what's happening?" "Sienna, do you know what's happening?" "I don't know. He looks like he's disappearing." "Don't ask any questions. I may need to leave for a while. It could be a few days or only a few hours." "Chen, what's wrong exactly?" He obviously wouldn't tell them that he was going to hell. It had always been humans summoning demons instead of the other way around. A few minutes later, Chen Zhao had disappeared completely. Only Beelzebub and the other small demons were left. They were used to this already. Chris and Sienna stared at each other. "I feel like Chen is getting more and more mysterious. I've never heard of this kind of magic before. Are Asian spells this strong? I feel like they're much more powerful than Western spells." When Chen Zhao arrived in hell, 3 familiar people stood before him. There was Beelzebub Zophie, his wife, the demoness with the fire dragon bloodline, and her servant, Jessica. "Human, welcome." Zophie opened his arms. He was honestly too big. His hug was like a mountain pressing down on Chen Zhao. "Lord Zophie, I think we must come to an agreement. Next time you summon me, please do it when I'm sleeping. When you do it suddenly, it can be troublesome for me." "All right. I will ask little Vito next time, but can you help me with a serious problem right now?" Chapter 145 I'm entrusting my son to you. Chapter 145 I'm entrusting my son to you. Chen Zhao immediately got a headache from Beelzebub Zophie's words. Beelzebub Zophie was a great demon lord. How could Chen Zhao solve a big problem that even he could not? Was this great demon lord favoring him a bit too much? "What is it?" Beelzebub Zophie lifted his head and pointed at the sky above Obsidian Castle. An enormous creature was circling around the castle with his wings fully extended, occasionally throwing out pillars of raging flames from his mouth. It was the first time Chen Zhao saw a dragon that would only appear in Western mythology. He had red skin, a gigantic body, and continued attacking Obsidian Castle with his flames. "This is the big trouble I was talking about." Lord Zophie, are you sure I can solve this problem? I'm no dragon slayer. I don't think I can settle it if even you can't. I'm not asking you to defeat him. He's my son, Obitos, whom you helped to deliver." "What? He's your son? It's just been about 20 days since he was born, right? He has 2 noble bloodlines in his veins, so his growth is rather special. His fire dragon bloodline awakened first. Now, whenever he cries or throws a tantrum, he'll turn into a fire dragon and destroy everything around him. Since his birth, a few dozen of servants had been fried by him already. Even though Beelzebub Zophie was a great demon lord, he was still very much helpless because of his naughty son. How do you want me to help? I can't even fight him, let alone discipline him. You can summon him to the human world, before he kills all the servants in Obsidian." "What? Isn't he just trying to move the disaster to a different place? With your son's temper, I'll only kill myself by summoning him to the human world. Rest assured. Because of the principles of the human world, his power will become much weaker and he wouldn't be able to threaten you. But how do I summon him to the human world? And it's his true form. I've never summoned an actual demon. As long as you offer sufficient sacrifices." "Sacrifices? You mean souls? I have 2 souls now. Is it enough?" Chen Zhao had received the souls as a token of appreciation from the mudman whom he had treated. He had no idea what these 2 souls could be used for. "Don't worry. I can supply those. I have enough sacrifices, but you need to build a gate of hell first." "Gate of hell? Maybe I can use that gate of hell, although it's not complete. I believe, you'll teach me how to build a gate of hell, right?" "No, gates of hell are complicated. By the time you learn it, Obitos would have become an adult already." "Then how?" I'll let Jessica go to the human world. She'll be building the gate of hell. Living Lord, this is my ritual implement. Please take it. Jessica offered her demonic ritual implement to Chen Zhao. But if I summon Obitos to the human world, he'll become my demon servant. Is that really fine? Of course. To become a living human's ally isn't a humiliation to Obito's noble bloodline. Jessica will become my servant too. Are you sure it's fine? Jessica will only go to the human world temporarily. There's a time limit when you summon a demon with her ritual implement. Zophie, I want to go to the human world too. I've never seen it, Oris said. Oris, you can't go. You're a superior demon. I don't have enough resources to send you to the human world, unless I sell Obsidian Castle away. Projection. If only my projection goes there, we only need a small amount. No. The only way to go to the human world was to become Chen Zhao's demon servant. Beelzebub Zophie would let his son and servant become Chen Zhao's demon servants, but not his wife, not even her projection. Obitos, come down. Beelzebub Zophie roared. Obitos flew one round in the sky and then spouted a mouthful of dragon breath at Beelzebub Zophie. Chen Zhao could feel his legs trembling as he stood beside Beelzebub Zophie. He was also in Obito's attack range. The next moment, a huge red screen appeared above the party. A pair of dragon wings had extended out from Oris's back and covered the group. While her body did not change, her wings alone were several times bigger than Obito's. Chen Zhao wondered how big her true form was. Perhaps even larger than Obsidian Castle. Obitos. A fierce look flashed across Oris's eyes. As expected, Obitos obediently landed before Oris. After all, naughty kids were most scared of their moms. Obitos rubbed his head against Oris's body, as if he was displaying his affection. Obitos, this is Chen Zhao. You should remember him. He's the one who delivered you. Obitos approached Chen Zhao. Even though Chen Zhao knew that he would not be hurt, he was still stressed out by the enormous creature before him. Obitos seemed to have felt a familiar smell from Chen Zhao. Sticking out his large and hot tongue, he licked Chen Zhao's body. Chen Zhao felt as if he just had a sauna. Even his skin turned red. Suddenly, his arm started twitching, after which a mouth appeared on his hand. Oh yeah, what happened to my arm? You now have my bloodline, but because you're a human, you aren't able to completely merge with a demon's bloodline. Therefore, only your hand has changed, Beelzebub Zophie said. It can distinguish those who can threaten you from those who are harmless. Can I not control it? You can learn to control it. Anyway, Jessica will be beside you from now on. You can learn from her, Beelzebub Zophie said. Do I have to stay for another day this time? I'm afraid I can't change that. You can use this opportunity to know Obitos better. Chen Zhao really did not want to be with Obitos, especially when it was only the two of them. Nevertheless, Obitos really liked Chen Zhao, or at least he believed so. Obitos held Chen Zhao with his giant mouth. Then, he took off and flew out of Obsidian Castle. It was certainly not an amazing experience. Chen Zhao wildly waved his limbs in the air. If Obitos let go, he would fall down at once. Although he had no idea if he would die under the protection of the principals, he definitely did not want such an experience. Ada, don't you like to fly? Ada. Why do you call me Ada? Chen Zhao knew demon's language. He knew that Ada meant kin. You're Ada, Obitos said. His answer really reflected the fact that he was just a child, pure and kind. Put me on your head. I don't enjoy being held by your mouth. Oh. Then in the future, Ada will sit on my head. Chapter 146, Becoming a Dragon Knight Once in This Lifetime. Chapter 146, Becoming a Dragon Knight Once in This Lifetime. Obitos put Chen Zhao on his head. It was the perfect size for Chen Zhao to sit on. Chen Zhao felt that Obitos was more approachable than his parents. However, his head wasn't that comfortable. The scales that stuck out were very hard. It felt like sitting on a sharp, rocky beach. Of course, Chen Zhao wouldn't complain about this pain. He felt like he was a dragon knight now. Riding this majestic and terrifying fire dragon satisfied his dreams. He still needed armor and a sword though. Maybe he could borrow a set from Blackie's house. The next moment, he saw a conflict below him. Two demons were crazily attacking each other. Due to Chen Zhao's limited knowledge of demons, he couldn't tell what kinds of demons they were. One of them was like a mix between a lion and dog. It was huge, but the other one was multiple times bigger. It looked like an octopus mutant where the upper half was a human and the lower half was an octopus. The two demons had such a large difference in size, but there was no clear winner. They were equal matches. Amidst their intense fight, a huge shadow suddenly loomed over them. The two demons stopped immediately. They saw a huge dragon stopped above them, wings flapping powerfully. There was also a man on the dragon's head. The human had neither a demon's aura nor a dead aura. A living being. This thought immediately appeared in the two demons' minds. This living being must be very powerful. Otherwise, how could he tame a dragon to ride? Respected living lord, how may we help you? Oh, nothing. Keep fighting. We're just watching. Chen Zhao waved his hand. I won't interrupt your fighting. Suddenly, Chen Zhao saw a thick snake wrapped around the lion dog's waist. It was probably as thick as Chen Zhao's arm and had 9 heads. Was that a hydra? Chen Zhao knew that hydras from Greek mythology really existed in hell. However, they were quite rare. The hydra around the lion-dog demon obviously wasn't as awesome as the ones in Greek mythology though. He remembered that many formulas in the demonic medicine book required heads of the hydra. The demon on that side, what's your name? Living Lord, I am Baddock, the lion-dog demon said. The octopus demon got a little worried. If the living being sided with Baddock, he would be in trouble. Would you sell that hydra? Baddock's first thought was, this living being wants to fight over the hydra too? The octopus was even more worried now because their fight had begun because of this hydra. I can pay you demonic crystals. Can I ask your price? Baddock was worried that Chen Zhao would rob him, but he still wanted to try and know the price. Quote me your price. I'm not really familiar with the prices in hell. Respected living lord, will you really pay with demonic crystals? Yes. 50 years worth. Baddock suggested fearfully. 40 years. Sure, Baddock immediately accepted this price. What he was afraid of was whether Chen Zhao would forcefully take the hydra, not if he would give demonic crystals or not. Since Chen Zhao bargained with him, it was less likely he would just forcefully take it. When Chen Zhao took out a pile of demonic crystals, Baddock and the octopus's eyes widened. It was a huge fortune. They probably wouldn't make so many demonic crystals in their entire lives. There was even a perfect crystal, a huge one. Wait, the octopus suddenly yelled. Respected living lord, the hydra isn't his. I found it first. He stole it from me. You should pay me, not that despicable and lowly thing. But the hydra is on him, not you. The octopus tried to approach Chen Zhao to persuade him. Obitos lowered his head and opened his maw at him. Bastard, move back. Do you want to die? Obitos threatened. The octopus felt wronged. He actually was reasonable. I don't care about your conflict. I just know that I will receive what I want. Take care of your own conflict. Chen Zhao didn't care which demon would win or lose. The octopus didn't dare do anything to Chen Zhao either. After watching Chen Zhao and Baddock exchange items, he turned to the latter. Stealing the hydra and demonic crystals were the same. They'd completed the exchange, but that didn't mean that Baddock could take the demonic crystals away. After getting the hydra, Chen Zhao hopped onto Obitos and they flew away in the sky. This hydra was very, very weak. It wasn't an adult yet, but hydras were very intelligent. It knew who to fear and respect. You didn't have to kill a hydra to use its head in medicine. You only had to cut off a head and it would grow back. Like the myth said, it wouldn't die unless all 9 heads were cut off at once. However, the young hydra was pretty weak, so Chen Zhao didn't plan on using its head yet. From now on, you'll be called Little Nine. Little Nine wasn't very brave. Its 9 heads only had 1 mind too, unlike the 3 hellhounds that had 3 independent minds. Little Nine wasn't a demon. It was only a hell creature, so Chen Zhao only had to toss it into the spatial ring to take it away from hell. When he got home, David, Farley, Sienna, and Chris were all there. Chen, you're finally back. You've been missing for 24 hours. I heard from Sienna and Chris that you vanished before their eyes and went missing. Is that true? Where did you go? I can't answer your question. It's a secret. Chen Zhao sprawled onto the sofa. Get me some food. I'm so tired. Why can't you tell us? Everyone has their own secrets. Let me have my own secrets, all right? Fine. They could only accept the fact that Chen Zhao didn't want to say anything. Chen, I found some information. What? I discovered that a deposit of $5,000 in Depler's account that is really suspicious. It's from the boss at the Demington chemical factory. The chemical factory's boss? Yes, it was a month ago, or 3 days after Ken stole the wine factory's account book. Chapter 147, Investigation. Chapter 147, Investigation. So the owner of the chemical factory wants the account book. That's very possible. The chemical factory has always wanted to take the winery's original location, so it's not surprising that they wanted the winery's account book, Farley said. This was a widely known fact in the town. It was therefore also unsurprising that Farley knew about it. And then the winery caught on fire. Could it be the chemical factory's owner? Chen Zhao started suspecting the owner too. Everyone looked at David. David, can you bring the factory's owner back to the station for interrogation? No, this area's not in my charge. We don't even have enough evidence, so I have no right to bring him back, I'm afraid. David shook his head. How about we capture him, beat him up real bad, and then question him? Chris suggested. She was a truly lawless woman. Chen Zhao was speechless. Great plan. Let's do this. Apart from Chen Zhao, everyone seemed to think that it was a good idea, including David. He even appeared to be fully ready for the strategy. Are you sure it's good? Chen Zhao really wanted to stop them, but everyone was already enchanted and filled with excitement. Chen, don't you feel like we're the protagonists in a movie? Charging into the face of danger just to find out the truth. Chen, the two of us will go and get the owner. Me? Am I part of it? We can't let 3 women do it, can we? What's your plan? Chen Zhao realized that calling them here was a grave mistake. I know where the owner of Demington Chemical Factory lives. It's a crime to break into someone's house. We don't have to. We can intercept him on his way home. There's a path that he has to take. How do we intercept him? Don't worry. I have a plan. Pierce South was driving home. He would have to pass a narrow road which was surrounded by a tall forest. However, when he reached the forest road, a tree was lying in his way. Seeing the tree, Pierce South could only leave his car to check the situation. The tree was not big. If he had another person with him, they would be able to move it away, but it would be too difficult to do so alone. Suddenly, however, 2 masked men charged out from the side of the road. They were extremely fast and managed to subdue Pierce South before he could even react. Let me go. Do you know who I am? The 2 masked men were of course Chen Zhao and David. Ignoring Pierce's roaring, they dragged him into the small forest right away. How much money do you want? How much? Pierce shouted in horror. We don't want money. David and Chen Zhao both had voice changes with them. They even wore 2 more layers in their coats to prevent Pierce from recognizing their sizes and voices. Then what do you want? You killed Depler, right? David pretended to be furious. Depler's our brother. He told us everything. You asked him to burn the winery, but you didn't give him the money as promised and were worried that he would leak your secret, so you killed him. Pierce South was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came to his senses. No, I didn't kill anyone. I didn't even know that Depler's dead. Pierce was not a resident of Mountain Town. Instead, he lived in a nearby town. Maybe it's not you, but it's definitely related to you. You must have used your wealth to ask someone else to do it, you murderer. No, you're mistaken. I admit that I was happy about the winery's fire, but I wouldn't have taken such a huge risk. It doesn't benefit me. Depola and I were only partners. I only wanted to know the winery's operating conditions and how much my factory needs to buy that piece of land. How do I know if you're telling the truth? You better investigate the winery's owner. He's much more suspicious. Treed Pempton? Why is that so? Many people in town thought that the winery's going to close down soon, but I saw the winery's accounts. In fact, the winery's been in a good condition and earning profits all along, but he kept claiming that the winery's suffering a great loss. Why would he do that? How would I know? Pierce looked at the two before him. You're not Depola's friends, right? I know Depola too well. He doesn't have a friend who's willing to avenge him. You know that I'm not the murderer. You only wanted to gain some information from me. Pierce lifted his head and stared at Chen Zhao. Although you've been masked and silent, I know who you are. You're the hero who saved a few people from the burning winery that day. You didn't speak because you're afraid that I can recognize your accent. Indeed, Chen Zhao had been quiet because he still had an accent whenever he spoke English. As for you, I don't know. Pierce glanced at David. He was not a god and could not possibly know David's identity. If you want to investigate Depola's death, I think that the most suspicious person is Treed, the winery's owner. Do you think that your words can make you innocent? Who knows if you're just trying to blame Treed for everything? After all, everyone in town knows that you want to buy the winery's land and turn it into a chemical factory. The winery's fire clearly benefits you more. I said I'm a legal businessman. Turning the winery into a chemical factory is a good business opportunity for me, but it's neither the only choice nor the best choice. The residents of Mountain Town have always been against having a chemical factory in town, so we still have a few other choices. I don't have to kill someone or burn the winery down just to get that piece of land. They're way too risky for my company. Then why did you say that Treed is much more suspicious? First of all, as the winery's owner, he deliberately held the winery's real accounts back. It's already suspicious as to why he wanted everyone to think that his winery was making a loss. Perhaps Depola found the secret out. Depola being Depola, once he found someone's secret, he would surely blackmail the person. Thus I think it's more likely that he was killed by Treed. Your suspicion against Treed can similarly be used on yourself. You hired Depola to burn the winery down and then Depola used it to blackmail you. I said, my interests are clear. Before I burn something or kill someone, I need to have a sufficiently promising gain. A few millions is definitely not enough for me to take such a huge risk. On the other hand, Treed's motives are unclear, so he's more suspicious. Perhaps he even created the fire himself to hide something or achieve something. Hearing Pierce's words, Chen Zhao felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly realized a problem. Chapter 148 Old Witch. Chapter 148 Old Witch. Before going to the gates of hell, Chen Zhao had heard Blackie mention it twice. The first time was when they'd first discovered it. The second time was when changes had occurred to the gates and they'd realized that someone in town was doing some sort of ritual. The changes meant that someone was doing sacrifices. The fire had occurred after Blackie's first mention and before his second mention. 8 people died in the fire. Did they all get sacrificed? If this was true, the situation would become clear. Treed Pempton had either caused the fire himself or had Depola do it for him. He was clear that he had to face great compensations after the fire. He transferred his assets by hiding the state of the winery. If everything went smoothly, he could announce bankruptcy and then he wouldn't have to pay with his own assets. Depola wanted to use this to blackmail Treed. Instead, it pissed Treed off. He decided to go full out and just sacrifice Depola. Pierce South looked at Chen Zhao. It looks like you thought of something. Chen Zhao glanced at him and then said to David, let's go. You're leaving just like this? David glanced at Pierce. What, you want us to kill you? Fine, bye. Pierce shrugged. Chen, did you think of something? I feel like Treed might really be the culprit. Are you sure? No. I don't have any evidence. Tell me your analysis. After Chen Zhao told David his ideas and thought process, David was convinced. You said that there needs to be more sacrifices to complete the gates of hell, right? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. How many lives are needed to complete it? 13. If the 8 victims of the fire were sacrificed, as well as Depola, then there are 4 more. Or could the sacrifices have started before the fire? What do you mean? Have there been any other murders in Mountain Town before the fire? Any suspicious deaths? Chen Zhao suddenly remembered another case that had happened earlier. It had been a serial killer though. On the surface, it looked as if the serial killer had committed suicide. Chen Zhao had still talked with Melson, who hypothesized that it wasn't suicide. Chen Zhao hadn't thought much about it before. After all, he was a wanted criminal that had nothing to do with Chen Zhao. Now, it seemed very suspicious. He told David, who thought for a moment and said, "First, we must confirm whether the victim had been called to the town or had come here coincidentally." Chen Zhao's eyes flashed. The victim lived in a duplex. A wanted criminal can't be rich enough to live in a big house like that. Do you know the landlord? David asked. No, but Bant must know. Let's go ask him. There weren't many people in the town. It wasn't hard to find the owner of a house. After Chen Zhao and David returned to town, they went straight to Bant. Bant, are you home? A while later, Bant opened the door. He was very happy to see Chen Zhao and David. This was probably the only thing that could make him happy after Ken was taken away by the police. Chen, David, come on in. Bant, do you remember that wanted criminal that died in the duplex across from the restaurant? Yeah, why? Does it have something to do with Depola's death? We suspect that it was done by the same person, so we want to know the owner of the duplex. It belongs to the old witch Winry Gargamel. Old witch? Yeah, she's a really weird and eccentric old lady, Bant said. No one in town likes to interact with her. She's scary. Chen Zhao exchanged glances with David. The nickname Old Witch made them feel like she was related. Does she do anything strange? There are always dead animals around her house. The one I remember the best is my childhood dog, called Ken. Wait, you said that your childhood dog was named Ken? Yes, that's why I named my son Ken. I named him after my dog. Okay, let's continue. I was only 8 years old. One day, I realized that Ken was gone. I looked everywhere and finally found that Ken was hanging before the old witch's house. My parents fought with her because of this too. If she did it, she wouldn't hang the dog in front of her house, right? I don't know if she did it, but my parents were sure. They said that the old witch has some past records. You're in your 40s now, right? 48. This means that this even happened 40 years ago. That old witch should be quite old now, right? I don't know how old she is, but she has to be much older than my parents. Your parents? My dad is 78 years old. So how old is older than your father? I think she was in her 60s back then. 40 years ago, Bant's father was 38 while the old witch was almost 30 years older than him. This meant that she was already over 100 now. Both Chen Zhao and David gasped. Bant looked at them. Chen, is this related to the old witch? I'm not sure yet, Chen Zhao said. Does she usually live in the duplex where the serial killer died? No, her house has been empty for a long time. I wouldn't have known that she rented out if that guy didn't die in there. Where does she live now? Outside of town. Do you want me to drive you there? No need. Just tell us the address. This might be dangerous, so don't get involved. No, I can't have you two take risks. Bant, don't act emotions and don't worry. David and I are pretty good at fighting. We can take on 3 or 4 guys like you, let alone an old 100-year-old witch. After leaving Bant's house, David asked, Chen, is there some spell that can make you live that long? I don't know. You should find an expert, like Sienna. But Sienna isn't as powerful as you. How would she know if you don't know? Not necessarily. How would you know that she doesn't know if you don't ask her? Fine, I'll call and ask. Chapter 149, A Deadly Weapon. Chapter 149, A Deadly Weapon. Chen Zhao and David stayed at home, waiting for Sienna's return. Half an hour later, Sienna and Chris came back. However, Sienna seemed somewhat clumsy. Her face was very dirty and her clothes looked as if she had been rolling on the ground. Chen Zhao had no idea what she had just experienced. Sienna, what happened? Sigh, it's that old dormitory in Ukla. It's occupied by a small group of evil spirits which I can't settle. Chen, I've helped you so many times. Shouldn't you help me once too? How many times have you helped me again? That's not important. Shouldn't friends help each other? Chen Zhao thought over Sienna's suggestion. Even without their friendship, Chen Zhao would still obtain angelic crystals by killing evil spirits. After we get Ken out of the police station, I'll go to the place you just said. Hearing Chen Zhao's promise, Sienna's face filled with delight. Let's do it quick then. The pay for that job is quite high. What's the current situation here? We found out that there's a witch-like existence in town. David repeated Bant's words. Not witch-like. That old woman is definitely a witch, Sienna said firmly after hearing David's description. Also, I suspect that she's already dead. What? She's dead? That old woman should be a toxicologist. Her body's long dead, but she used soul binding to bind her soul within her body, turning herself into a ghoul. She must feed on living things' blood in order to maintain her bodily functions and not rot. Sienna seemed to be very serious. Chen, that old witch is surely stronger than me. Can you defeat her? I'm not sure either. If she's purely an evil spirit, I'm most certain that I can, but I have no idea how to deal with someone whom we don't even know is dead or alive. Is there anything special with a toxicologist? I mean, something that I need to look out for? She's now just a ghoul. Even without sorcery, she's more dangerous than the most ferocious beast on land in terms of close combat. Guns are ineffective against her. Secondly, her soul has already turned into an evil spirit. You said that witches can become very dangerous if they turn into evil spirits, right? David recalled Sienna's words in the past. On their third night protecting Aisha, Sienna had said that should a witch turn into an evil spirit, she would become exceptionally powerful. Even she would not be able to defeat the spirit. Correct, Sienna nodded. Moreover, toxicologists are adept at using magic poisons and curses, therefore making them more threatening than the other classes. All in all, this old witch's already become the most deadly monster. Hearing Sienna's words, David could not help but swallow his saliva and look at Chen Zhao. Actually, I have something that can cause massive damage to evil spirits or even kill them directly, Chen Zhao said. But I'm not sure if it works on a ghoul. What is it? Chen Zhao took out some angelic crystals from his spatial ring and put them on the table. Everyone stared at the white crystals of various sizes before them and then looked at Chen Zhao, puzzled. What are these? That's not important. Anyway, they're very deadly against demons and evil spirits. Sienna took out a piece of angelic crystal. It's filled with a sacred scent. I know what to do. What? I'll do it, but I need some time. How long? Maybe 1 or 2 days. The main problem is difficulty finding the materials I need. What do you need? Perhaps I have them, Chen Zhao said. No. I promised you that I'll help you. Anyway, just leave this to me, Sienna interrupted Chen Zhao's speech. Also, most importantly, even though we know that the old witch is the real culprit, how do we help Ken to clear his name? Chen Zhao added. If we tell the police that Depler was killed by an old woman who's over 100 years old, we'll probably be arrested first, right? Chris commented. Not if we can obtain some key evidence, David said. Chen, did you say that the winery's owner, Treed Pempton, is involved in all this? It's merely my suspicion for now. Can't confirm it yet. While Chen Zhao really suspected Treed, he had no solid evidence to prove his guess yet. Then we'll let them expose themselves, David suggested. How? Let them know that I'm investigating them, and then show up in front of them. Perhaps they'll take me as a sacrificial offering in order to conceal the truth. Frowning, Chen Zhao shook his head and rejected, it's too risky. Let me be the bait. Chen, don't forget that I've taken your potion. I'm at least twice as strong as a normal person now. Can you survive a bullet? No. So it doesn't matter how strong you are. Just then, Farley came home. The conversation came to an abrupt stop. Farley scanned everyone in the living room. Is there something going on that you're not telling me? No, said everyone in unison. So you are hiding something from me, Farley confirmed. It's useless for you to know it. There's an old monster in town, so Farley, starting from tomorrow, Walter will be with you. Chris, you'll have Carrie. David, you'll be frequently on the roads, so Beelzebub will follow you. Sienna, bring Raymond with you, Chen Zhao said. They were overjoyed to be able to get a pet each. In the mirror ward last time, they saw for themselves how terrifyingly powerful these pets were. David, Sienna, don't count on Beelzebub and Raymond. Under normal circumstances, they're just trash. Woof, woof. Beelzebub barked to display his dissatisfaction. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes at Beelzebub for his reaction. But they're more sensitive towards danger. If they realize there's imminent danger, turn around and run. Do not hesitate. Chen Zhao kicked Beelzebub. When this is over, I'll reward you. If you ruin it, I'll fry you alive. Hearing Sienna's description, Chen Zhao had already realized that the current situation was entirely different from the last few times. The first time, although there were a lot of horrifying enemies, Blackie was with him. Blackie was truly an evil spirit buster, after all. It did not even matter how many evil spirits there were. The second time was in the Reflection Demon's ward. While the Reflection Demon was indeed strong, Beelzebub and Raymond could also use some of their real powers. Moreover, Chen Zhao's gluttony bloodline was activated and he devoured the Reflection Demon's projection directly. This time, however, Beelzebub and Raymond were of little use. Carrie was suppressed and would also not be able to unleash her full power. Walter was even worse, being only able to use brute force. The team was at a severe disadvantage against a Gowl. Therefore, in the end, Chen Zhao could only hope that angelic crystals would be effective. Otherwise, Chen Zhao could only take out all his demonic ritual implements and summon a demon army. Nonetheless, he still wished that the situation would not be that bad. A demon army would look really stylish, but he would become broke afterwards. Chapter 150, Another Problem. Chapter 150, Another Problem. Chen, won't you leave one behind to protect yourself? I have one, but you can't see it. An evil spirit? No, I'll be able to see it if it's an evil spirit. Sienna looked at Chen Zhao in confusion. The thing you said. Is it beside you? Yeah. Really? Is it some really small animal? And that's why I can't see it? No, he's right here and he's not small at all. Then why can't I see it? That's not my fault. Sienna was very caught up on the thing protecting Chen Zhao that she couldn't see. Reality had already proved that Chen Zhao really was more powerful than him, but Sienna still wanted to compete with him at times. However, she always took a blow. Many times, she even suspected that witchcraft really was weaker than Asian magic and that was why there was such a big difference between them. One night passed. David hugged Beelzebub while speaking. According to him, this was to cultivate a relationship. He didn't care if Beelzebub wanted it or not. He wanted to cry and just bite David. The next day, Beelzebub was dragged out by an excited David. Chen Zhao was also woken up by Ethan's call. Ethan sounded depressed. Usually, they would banter a little while calling. Today, Ethan only told him to come over and then hung up. After washing up, Chen Zhao went straight to Ethan's motel. When he got there, he saw Ethan and Caprice sitting at the front desk. They weren't arguing at all. Technically, they would never be able to exist peacefully. Hi Ethan, Caprice. Did you eat breakfast yet? They both looked up and stared coldly at Chen Zhao. He got goosebumps from those eyes. He hadn't pissed them out, right? What's wrong? Did I do something? Philip Quinn was released from jail, Caprice said. Who's that? Chen Zhao was utterly confused. And what did it matter to him that someone was released from jail? He didn't know any Philip Quinn. It's that old motherfucker I had you treat in jail, Caprice said. Oh, I remember. It's that old pervert with a whole lot of crimes, right? But what does this have to do with me? I remember you said that he won't be freed if no problems were found in his physical exam. Yes, But he bribed practically everyone. He was obviously much healthier after taking your medicine, but is still able to be treated outside. This means that he received both freedom and health. Caprice's features twisted. She looked like a furious lioness. Her lowered voice was like a low growl. It seemed like angry fire would shoot out of her eyes at any moment. Hearing her words, Chen Zhao felt very uncomfortable. This meant that he'd healed an asshole that should have gone to hell, relieving him of pain. I was following your request, Chen Zhao refuted. I didn't know this would happen. How long will the effect of your medication last? A long time, Chen Zhao said, depressed. Unless anything unexpected happens, he'll be healthy for a very long time. How can you do that? Caprice pointed an angry finger at him. You told me that you wanted him to stay longer in prison, Chen Zhao shot back. Okay, enough. Ethan stood up. You two stop caring about this. I'll take care of it. Ethan, where are you going? There was something off about Ethan. Seeing him walk out alone, Chen Zhao immediately grabbed onto him. But when he grabbed the corner of Ethan's shirt, he realized there was a gun stuck in the pocket. Ethan, what are you doing? Kill that bastard, Ethan said coldly. Why? What is he to you? You guys have something? Chen Zhao felt like this separated couple both had a hatred deep to the bone for Philip Quinn. Ethan looked at him. Robio had a little sister, but she died when she was 2 years old. Chen Zhao's face darkened. He remembered that Caprice had told him that Philip's crime included raping 2 young girls. One of them had died. Ethan, if you trust me, hand this to me, alright? Please don't get too worked up. Chen Zhao looked at Ethan seriously, holding onto his shoulder. Trust me, please. No, this has nothing to do with you, Ethan said seriously. Even if it is related to you, you have no duty to help me. This is my own problem. Trust me, I can make him wish he's dead without needing to take any legal responsibility. Chen Zhao was still holding onto Ethan's arm. I can do it. Did you forget my other identity? I can torture him for life. That asshole has a lot of bodyguards, Ethan said. You can't even get close to him. Give me 5 days. If I still can't do anything after 5 days, I won't stop you from doing anything. Ethan looked at him hesitantly. 5 days. What are you going to do? Just trust me. Chen Zhao was muddled too. He had no plan at all, but he couldn't just watch Ethan run with a gun and kill a rich guy. Chen Zhao suspected that, with Ethan's skills, he would get killed before he could even get close to Philip. From Caprice's explanation, Chen Zhao learned the reason why Philip was released from jail. There was no problem with his physical exam, but his mental test revealed that he had depression and needed a relatively safe environment. Thus, Philip's lawyer requested him to be treated outside the prison and paid $1,300,000 in bail. Imagine this, an old pervert who kept raping young girls for decades actually had depression. And he was freed because of this depression. America's laws made Chen Zhao speechless. How could human rights be taken advantage this badly? Rich people could do anything. For someone like Philip, $1,300,000 was only 1 or 2 months of expenses. Chapter 151 – How much does it cost to hire an army? Chapter 151 – How much does it cost to hire an army? Whenever one encounters a real scumbag, one would probably have an impulse to kill him. However, Chen Zhao was more rational than that. While he was somewhat impulsive, he also thought about how he could settle the issue without getting involved. Firstly, he did not plan to sacrifice his freedom or life in order for this scumbag to go to hell. But what should I do to let Philip Quinn receive the punishment that he deserves? This was another difficult problem. Chen Zhao was actually boasting when he made the promise to Ethan and Caprice. He indeed knew demonic sorcery, but it was not omnipotent. Chen Zhao had a headache thinking for a solution. Screech. Suddenly, a car stopped beside Chen Zhao. He also heard a familiar voice. Chen, it's really you. Chen Zhao turned his head and realized that it was Marjorie. Marjorie, shouldn't you be in Mexico now? Why are you here? I'm back. The problem's been settled. The people who had been chasing my boss and I were already killed. Marjorie seemed to be on the crest of a wave. His car was new and obviously expensive, and his bald head was bright and shiny. Where's your pets? I almost didn't manage to recognize you just now when you were facing away from me. Every time, you had Walter, Beelzebub, and the rest with you. Why do you just have a box today? Do you need a ride? After brief consideration, Chen Zhao entered Marjorie's car. Something seems to be troubling you. Are you in trouble? Marjorie, if I want to go near a rich person, what should I do? You want to kidnap a rich person? Marjorie asked doubtfully. No, just go near him. You want something from him? A guy who deserves to go to hell. Oh. You want to kill him? No, but I want him to suffer. Who's he? Marjorie asked. Can I trust you? Chen Zhao stared at Marjorie carefully. Yes, just like how I trusted you, Marjorie answered with a serious tone. Not long ago, a bastard was put in jail. The warden asked me to heal him so that he wouldn't have the chance to be released on medical grounds. However, after I healed him, he still managed to be released. Now he has both health and freedom. What does this have to do with you? My best friend's kid was harmed by him before and eventually died. Who's the person? Philip Quinn. Have you heard of him? Oh, I see. He's a billionaire. Marjorie looked at Chen Zhao. It's not easy to approach him. Whenever he goes out, he would have professional bodyguards from Blackwater Company with him. If you want to attack him, you better hire an army. How about his house? CL Building. The top 3 floors are all his. To get into CL Building, you first need to have an access card, and then pass through a security check. As for what the top 3 floors look like, I have no idea. Haven't been there too. Where's CL Building? Do you see the tallest and biggest building there? That's CL Building. It has 130 floors in total. Looking at the building, which was a few times taller than the surrounding structures, Chen Zhao could feel his heart shatter. Whichever angle he looked at the building from, he obtained the same conclusion: there was no way to enter it by force. How much does it cost to hire an army? You really believed me? Marjorie said, rolling his eyes. This is Los Angeles. Unless you get a nuclear bomb, you wouldn't succeed. Do you know anyone who sells nuclear bombs? Do you have enough money to buy one? How much does a nuclear bomb cost? Perhaps Philip Quinn can afford it, but definitely not you. Ah, what a headache. Why did I volunteer for this? Chen Zhao patted his head in frustration. Oh yeah, another important thing. What? You said that you can treat my baldness. Chen Zhao clenched his fist and almost punched Marjorie right away. Wait for a few days. Let me finish my task first, Chen Zhao said. Is this so important to you? Yes. I have a suggestion, Marjorie said. What? Intercept him on the road. Of course, you have to know his itinerary first. Is there a way I can get that? This. Marjorie made a hand signal to indicate that Chen Zhao had to pay. How much? 300,000. I can arrange a few people to do the job, but I can't promise that it'll succeed. Chen Zhao twitched his lips. 300,000. It hurts. Can't it be cheaper? Marjorie shook his head. I only gave you this price because we're old friends. I'm not taking any money for myself. I need to cause blockages in a few roads so that your target travels a specific path. All these need a lot of money. Give me your account number. I'll transfer the money to you. Let me tell you first, I'm only in charge of blocking the roads. As for what you want to do next, it's all up to you. All right, but I hope that I can settle this ASAP. Can you get Philip Quinn's itinerary for these few days? Chen Zhao shook his head. No. I can help you get it, but you need to pay me too. How much? I'll tell you the total sum after it's over. Just tell me how much it'll roughly be first. 300,000 is the most expensive one. Since you're willing to pay that much, would you even care about tens of thousands of dollars? Yes, Chen Zhao nodded, his face filled with pain. Don't speak as if 10,000 is a small amount, okay? Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hi, Chen, are you free? Do you forget my voice already? I'm Diana Billis. Remember? I'm in a car now. It's too noisy, so I didn't recognize your voice. Sorry. What's up? I feel unwell. Can you come here? How are you unwell? Chen Zhao really did not want to go. Just unwell. I don't know where either. You promised me that I can call you whenever I need something. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. I didn't say that I'm not going. After all, Diana had a psychological trauma previously. Chen Zhao did not dare to reject her directly. Chen Zhao was in a terrible fix at the moment. He felt as if he had encountered all possible issues in a single day. After he hung up, he asked Marjorie to drive him to Ukla. Chen, I'll contact those people for you first. Wait for my call. Great. I'll go first. See you. Chen Zhao easily found Diana's room and knocked on the door. Diana, are you inside? Chapter 152, Keep It In. Chapter 152, Keep It In. Chen, the door isn't locked. You can come in. Chen Zhao pushed the door open and saw Diana Billis lazing in bed in sexy lingerie. She rested her chin on her hand and bit her finger. Chen, come over. Chen Zhao massaged his temples. Diana, if you... Call me Brigitte. Okay, Brigitte. I don't think you can exercise yet. She'd had abortion a few days ago and lost a lot of blood yesterday. Her old injuries might resurface without 1 or 2 weeks of recovery. However, Diana reached out and grabbed Chen Zhao. Chen, I can help you. Chen Zhao was almost losing control. Diana's body radiated with the aura of youth. Her smooth skin and full breasts made Chen Zhao's pants tighten. Chen, keeping it in is too much work. It's no good for the body either. Diana already had her hands on Chen Zhao's belt and was helping him undo it. She pulled Chen Zhao onto the bed, flipped over, and was under him. Chen Zhao woke up with a start and patted Diana. No, your health condition really isn't suitable. Fine. Then lay here with me. The door opened. Evely walked in. Seeing Chen Zhao and Diana snuggling under the covers, she froze but quickly recovered. Can you two lock the doors next time you guys do it? Evely glared at Chen Zhao. And you're a doctor. Don't you know that Diana can't do intense exercise right now? Evely, we didn't do anything, Diana said. Did you eat yet? Evely asked while organizing her stuff. Chen Zhao patted Diana's perky butt. Get up. Let's eat together. Okay, let me change. I'll go wait for you outside, Chen Zhao said. No need. You've already seen my entire body. I'll wait for you two downstairs. However, it never took only a few minutes for a woman to get out of bed and out the door. I'll wait for you downstairs. I'll be ready really fast, I swear. Diana also realized that she made Chen Zhao wait too long. She quickly put on eyeliner, some concealer, and went out while holding Chen Zhao's arm. A tall black man walked over from across the hallway. He was close to 9 feet tall and had an overbearing manner. Hi, Brigitte. He walked over and tried to slap Chen Zhao away. Where you going? Want to go together? But Chen Zhao grabbed the man's wrist. Don't you see that Brigitte is with me? Yellow. The next moment, Chen Zhao's foot was at his stomach and he flew back. Chen Zhao's kick didn't seem to cause too much damage. The man stood back up. Motherfucker, I'm gonna stuff your head in your ass. Tiger, don't go overboard. Diana stood before Chen Zhao. She was worried Tiger would hurt Chen Zhao. This is between us men. Girl, get out of the way, Tiger yelled. Chen Zhao patted Diana's shoulder. Brigitte, it's okay. Go to the side. But, Diana looked at the difference in size between Chen Zhao and Tiger. It was like a little lamb and a fierce tiger. It's okay. Trust me. Chen Zhao walked in front of Diana, standing face to Tiger. In all sorts of fighting competitions, the bigger one was, the bigger the advantage. That was why many competitions had weight classes. It was totally unfair for a heavier guy fight a lighter guy. Of course, no one cared about fairness in a school fight. There weren't any rules either. Whoever flattened the other was the winner. Tiger roared and hurled a punch at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao ducked down. He dodged Tiger's attack and grabbed his arm at the same time. He threw Tiger over his shoulder, smashing onto the ground. Then he kicked Tiger's ribs. "Ah!" Tiger yelled out from pain. "Get up. Let's keep going." This was the first time Chen Zhao met a match after he started training. Tiger stood up unsteadily. His ribs were in pain, but he put on a fierce expression. Clearly, he wanted to erase the humiliation. He was a boxer too. But after that last beating, he realized that Chen Zhao wasn't weaker than him. He was good at fighting too. If they went with the way he fought in competitions, he would never be able to win. This was why he gave up on the typical methods. He charged toward Chen Zhao, opening his arms wide as if wanting to embrace the other. Chen Zhao also shot forward, crashing into Tiger's arms. Thud. Chen Zhao took 2 steps back. His head felt heavy but quickly recovered. On the other hand, Tiger let out a scream. He was thrown back, limbs in jumbled mess as if he'd been hit by a truck. Diana threw herself into Chen Zhao's arms and looked at him with worry. "Chen, are you okay?" Chen Zhao hugged her with one arm and dipped down to kiss her forehead. "I'm okay. Let's go. Chen, you're awesome." He was quite proud to be complimented by a woman. "I'm not awesome. He's just too weak." Tiger, lying on the ground, hadn't lost consciousness. He heard Chen Zhao and Diana's conversation clearly and did not feel good about it. Many students in the hallway witnessed this scene. No one would have guessed that Tiger, who was about to become a professional boxer, was actually beaten up by an Asian guy. Tiger was more than twice the size of Chen Zhao. He was more than 200 pounds and he trained and ate according to the standard for the heavyweight class. Professional organizations had their eyes on him too. He could become a professional after he graduated. No one expected that he would get beaten by an amateur in school. Chen Zhao and Diana walked out of the dorm building. When Eve Lee saw them, she immediately came over to complain. "You two are way too slow. You didn't have sex while I was gone, right? Let's go. Where should we go eat? You take the lead since you're more familiar with this place. Are you treating?" "Of course." Chapter 153, Hostility. Chapter 153, Hostility. "Chen, you've learned professional boxing before?" "No, I just hired a fighting coach in a fitness center. I go there every day and train for an hour," Chen Zhao answered casually. "Then how did you beat Tiger up so badly?" Diana stared at Chen Zhao, rather surprised. "You beat Tiger up? That's impossible. Tiger's basically a professional boxer." Evelia's face was filled with disbelief. "Why would you go and learn how to fight?" "I was beaten before." "Oh, I remember. It's when we met on the train and your face was bruised, right? I fell down that time." Chen Zhao really did not want to tell them that he had actually been beaten by a woman. "So can you now defeat the person who beat you up last time?" "The person who beat me up is my coach now." Macallan Bodhi received news that the Asian was in the university again. Therefore, he contacted Tiger right away and asked Tiger to find a reason to beat the Asian up. However, he waited for over half an hour and Tiger had still yet to return. He was already somewhat impatient. Just then, a student hurriedly ran towards him. "Bodhi, it's all gone wrong." "What's wrong?" "Tiger was beaten up. He's probably going to have to stay in bed for a month. He's supposed to have a professional competition half a month later, but now he's surely going to miss it." "What? Tiger's beaten up? How? Who can injure him?" "It's that Asian. Tiger asked me to inform you to compensate him $10,000, or he'll tell everyone that you asked him to beat an outsider up." "This is blackmailing." Macallan roared furiously. "Is it not embarrassing enough that he lost to an Asian? Tell him I'll never compensate him. If he dares to leak anything, he's going to be expelled too." While Macallan's family was quite wealthy, he was just a student. There was no way he could pay $10,000. Moreover, if it was really exposed, he would indeed be punished, but so would Tiger. As for the initiator of the problem, he was currently enjoying lunch with 2 ladies. Treed Pempton opened the door and saw Winry Gargamel outside. Treed frowned. "Winry, why are you here?" Recently someone's been active in town. He seems to be investigating Depola's death. The police? No. I've seen him enter and leave the house at the edge of the town, Winry said. Is it that Asian? Do you know the people living in that house? Seen him once, Treed replied. It should be because of Bant's son. They're friends, so Bant wanted that Asian to help in the investigation. Just nice. There seem to be 4 or 5 people in that house, and our sacrificial ritual only needs 3 more. Sacrifice them, and our wishes shall be fulfilled. No, Treed rejected firmly. Depola's death has already attracted the attention of the police. If that Asian and his friends all die, the police will certainly make a thorough investigation. We should stick to our original plan and continue to attract criminals here. If the people killed are criminals, the police will not investigate fully. As long as we can summon Besta, our wishes will be fulfilled. Merely a few police are anything but threatening. I'm different from you. You can give up everything, but I still have to live here, Treed said. Hee. Winry gave out a series of peculiar laughter. Since you don't dare to do it, I will. Even if something goes wrong, I can still hide in the mountain. The police can't do anything to me. Treed kept silent, but some gloom flashed across his eyes. Although he had been cooperating with Winry, he was very unhappy about her unilateral decisions. Winry was a truly lawless monster. In the past, she would only kill animals and take their blood. The police would not really interfere. However, if there were frequent murders of commoners, the police would surely start to investigate. Their plan was not perfect in the first place, even though perfect plans did not exist in this world anyway. If someone really dug deeper, their secrets might be exposed. Their original plan was to only find criminals. The police would think that it was resentment between gangs and not really investigate. However, if it involved commoners, the police would have to go further. Winry, if you kill all of them, you'll attract too much attention. Just kill the person who's been investigating. This will warn them too. Treed, do not tell me what to do. Winry turned her head and looked coldly at Treed. Treed stared back at Winry. None of them was willing to give in. If we attract a large number of police before our plan is completed, can you even kill all of them? Although Winry was powerful, she was indeed no longer a normal human, she would still not be able to kill everyone. The scenes in movies where a monster could kill tens or hundreds of people would not appear in reality. Winry had turned herself into a ghoul. She had an outstanding resistance towards physical attacks, but only those that affected a small area. For example, shooting her with a bullet would be completely ineffective, because as long as she was not disabled, she would still be able to move and attack freely. However, what if there were 100 bullets? If her limbs were entirely destroyed, or her body was blasted into pieces by a grenade, she would die too. Winry could ignore physical damage, because her body was already dead. Standing before Treed at the moment was nothing more than a mere corpse. Nevertheless, she still needed a vessel for her soul. If her body was shattered, her soul would have nowhere to go. Of course, Winry would still make a formidable evil spirit with powerful toxicology spells. Notwithstanding, she would not be able to kill dozens of people. In order to collect sacrificial souls as quickly as possible, she even needed Treed's help to burn down the winery, helping her to obtain the souls of 8 victims. Then, she still had to be extremely careful looking for other victims. If he's the only one present when I find him, I'll only kill him. In the end, Winry still chose to compromise slightly, but she added, however, if there's someone else, I'll show no mercy. Chapter 154, Captain. Chapter 154, Captain. After lunch, Chen Zhao bid farewell to Diana and Eve Lee. After leaving the school, Gaia called. Chen, I heard from Marjorie that you want to go against someone. That bastard. He said he'll keep it a secret. Marjorie didn't sell you out. He called me to ask if I know anyone, so I called you. What, you want some extra income? I don't do that, Gaia said. But I know some veterans. I don't plan on starting a war. I don't plan on having my friends join a war either. But they're good at things other than holding guns too. Gaia, you should know that what I'm doing is more dangerous than a war. I have to face a billionaire. My friends need money. They won't mind the danger if they're paid enough. Then what can they help me with? Do you have time? We can talk. Sure, I'll go to the gym to find you. After arranging that, Chen Zhao hurried over to the gym. He hadn't come in a few days, but he'd told Gaia beforehand that he was quite busy. However, he was forced to make time today. Gaia was the coach for the army before. She was definitely more knowledgeable in this aspect than him. When Ola Miller saw Chen Zhao, she led him into Gaia's office. Miller, close the door and don't let anyone in, Gaia ordered. Okay. Ola knew that they must have to talk about something important. After she left, the office's mood turned heavy. You need to face Philip Quinn, right? Why are you asking me if you already heard from Marjorie? I need you to reply personally. Yes. What do you plan on doing to him? 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes of private time with him. What are you going to do to him in those 3 minutes? That's my own matter. I can introduce you to some people. They're experts in this field and can arrange everything for you, from the plan to action. What's the price? $100,000 for everything. Are they reliable? They're experts in this. They're definitely reliable. To what extent can they do it? If Marjorie's men follow their orders, they'll ensure at least 80% chance for you to have 3 minutes alone with Philip. What if they fail? You still have to pay, Gaia answered. Hearing this, Chen Zhao had a headache. However, he had no other choice. His mind was muddled and he had no clue where to start. If they fail, I only need to pay $50,000, Chen Zhao said, training his eyes on Gaia. Okay. Gaia nodded, accepting the request. Someone will contact you later. Just as Chen Zhao left the gym after their talk, his phone rang. It was a stranger. The voice on the other end of the call was raspy and deep. Hello, I'm Lloyd Word. You can call me Captain. Captain Lloyd Word? Is that your military title? Did Gaia introduce you? Yes, Gaia introduced me, but that's not my title. It's my nickname. So, Captain, you should know what I want, right? Let you be alone with Philip Quinn for 3 minutes, correct? Lloyd asked. Are you confident? Of course. I won't fool around with the lives of my men and I have a family. Should we meet? No need. Then how do we do it? Just wait for my alert. He sounded really professional, but Chen Zhao wasn't confident in a partner that he'd never met before. While walking down the street, someone bumped into him. The man fell to the ground. I'm sorry. Chen Zhao reached out to help him up. The man's hair was messy and had an unshaven face. He carried a few books and looked panicked. It's okay. The guy hurried away. Chen Zhao saw a metallic coin on the ground and picked it up. It was twice the size of regular coins. It was a strange material too. It felt heavy and he didn't know what kind of metal it was made out of. It also looked vintage. The carved design was strange too. The top side was like some animal's head and the other side had a 6-point star. Hey, you dropped something. The guy was only a few feet away, but he pretended that he didn't hear. He kept walking forward without looking back. Chen Zhao jogged over and grabbed the thin guy. Hey, this is yours, right? The man looked at the coin in Chen Zhao's hands with hesitation. A beat later, he still took it. Thanks. With that, he turned and left. Chen Zhao looked at him in confusion. A moment later, he seemed to see a shadow following the man. Taken aback, he rubbed his eyes. There was nothing there. Was it a hallucination? But why would he have a hallucination like that? When he tried to find the man again, he'd already vanished from the street. Just then, he received Farley's call. Chen, can you come to Angel Beach? What's wrong? I need your help. Can you come? Okay, I'm coming. Chen Zhao arrived at the Coastal Rescue Team's headquarters. Robio was here too. Hey, Chen. How come you're here? Farley called me over. I don't know what's wrong. She called you? Robio seemed not to know why. Chen Zhao was confused. He'd thought that there was someone in need of his help. It didn't seem to be the case now. Yeah, where is she? She's at the gym. I'll take you there. Robio took Chen Zhao to the gym. Farley was running on the treadmill. Her tight athletic wear showed her sexy curves without hiding anything. Woof, woof. Walter had been lying beside Farley. Seeing Chen Zhao, he ran over in excitement. Farley, Chen's here, Robio called. Farley came down from the treadmill. Taking a towel, she walked over to Chen Zhao and Robio. Robio, can I talk to him alone? Chen, I need to go patrol. Bye. Bye. Seeing how careful Farley was, Chen Zhao felt a little suspicious. Farley didn't look like she was in a hurry. Why did she call him here? Couldn't they talk about it at home? Chen, I think I'm in paranormal trouble. What? Paranormal trouble? Did you get attacked by something? Chapter 155 Supernatural Event. Chapter 155 Supernatural Event. Farley shook her head. No. At noon, I was patrolling along the coastline after lunch. Suddenly, I saw someone struggling in the sea. I charged towards the drowning man, but when I reached there, that person had disappeared. Maybe that person sank into the sea and was brought away by the waves. Chen Zhao asked. Farley shook her head again. I thought so at the start as well. I reported it to Robio and carried out search and rescue, but I found no one. We also did not receive any reports of missing people. Did you see wrongly? Actually, Chen Zhao was indeed an amateur spiritualist. He was unsure if Farley was mistaken or really encountered a supernatural event. Among the coastlines in America that were open to tourists, over 1,000 people would go missing each year. Therefore, it was hard to say what really happened. Even Farley probably did not know if there was actually a drowning man. Supernatural events were rare, after all, so Chen Zhao would prefer to believe that there was indeed a drowning man. Perhaps, nobody was drowning in the first place. It might well just have been a tourist surfing in deepwater zone. I've thought about that too, maybe the person was not drowning after all. However, during my break just now, I came across this. Farley placed an old newspaper before Chen Zhao. What's this? Farley pointed at a particular report on the newspaper. It's an accident on Angel Beach 5 years ago. The victim Kirk Etter's body has yet to be found. Chen Zhao saw the news, as well as a photo. When I was over 10 meters away from that person, I clearly saw the drowning man's face. He was Kirk Etter. Is there any other clearer evidence that it was a supernatural event? No. I'm not sure whether it's really supernatural. In any case, let Walter stay beside you. He's powerful enough to defeat normal evil spirits. Walter was already 50 kilograms now and his body was formidably huge. Most members of Coastal Rescue Team did not think that Walter was the same hero they had in the past. Also, call Sienna here. She's more professional. Perhaps she can tell. Soon, Sienna arrived. Chen, what a surprise. Ask Farley about it. She seems to have encountered a supernatural event. I'm not sure if it really is, and whether she's in danger, so we asked you to come here. Farley, tell me what happened. Farley told Sienna every detail. After thinking, Sienna said, it's very likely that Farley's encountered a supernatural event, but I'm not fully certain whether the evil spirit will harm her. I don't think Farley can see evil spirits. If she really saw him, it means that the spirit was targeting her in particular. Under most circumstances, normal people can't see evil spirits and evil spirits also can't let themselves be seen, but that's not always the case. One possibility is that the evil spirit is extremely powerful. He can choose whoever he wants to be seen by. There's another possibility which is not controllable, not even by the spirits themselves. They appear in this world only because he have some obsessions. They can sometimes be seen by others due to various unexpected reasons. Which of the two did Farley encounter? I can't tell either. Farley has given us too few clues. Can you find the evil spirit and cleanse or exorcise him? Can't find him without enough clues. Given that this coastline is so long, he might be anywhere along the coastline or in the sea nearby, Sienna said. Chen Zhao could not help too. His understanding of supernatural events was even less than Sienna's. This was why Chen Zhao had always been firmly stating that he was an amateur spiritualist. Chen Zhao would not flaunt his superiority in a field that he was not even good in. Sienna was more professional and Chen Zhao was happy to listen to her. Sienna, have you finished processing the white crystals that I gave you last night? I've already made some of them. Sienna opened her backpack and took out several bottles of liquids. Chen Zhao picked one up and asked, "What's this?" "I've mixed the crystals you gave me with holy water to channel the sacredness in those crystals out." "How do I use this?" "Pour it onto evil spirits." "I've done my experiments. It's very effective against evil spirits, even better than magical phosphor. Moreover, one doesn't need magical power to use it. However, I don't think it's good against that old gal witch." "What do we do then?" "I've asked someone to turn the remaining crystals into bullets. If we shoot her with the bullets, we can inflict severe damage to her soul." "Sienna, do you still have any left?" "Give me one." Farley was still somewhat scared because of her encounter that day. Although she had not been attacked, nobody knew that evil spirits plan. If Farley was attacked in sea, she could not even escape. "No. Ask Chen. He should still have some." Chen Zhao took out a walnut-sized angelic crystal. "Use it to make a pendant and wear it. Beware that Walter doesn't like it. When you have it on, don't go near him." Indeed, Walter had long shied away from the angelic crystal. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao returned home with Farley. On the other hand, Sienna left alone because she still had things to settle. By the time Chen Zhao and Farley returned, David was already back. "Chen, Farley, why did you come back together?" "David, how's your investigation in town? I discovered that almost everyone here hates Winry Gargamel, and she also never communicates with the people in town. Therefore, when I asked about her, all the residents enthusiastically offered me various clues." David paused and then continued, "That old witch has a very bad name in town. One time, a resident discovered that countless pets which were thought to be missing were buried in her backyard. She's even prosecuted in court for this. However, because she's already old and couldn't go to jail, she ended up only paying a fine. Because of this, everyone in town started to hate her. Also, since that incident, very few residents had pets." "Has anyone been killed in the past?" "In the recent 10 years, there aren't any obvious accidental deaths," David replied. "When do we act?" Farley asked. "We. You just stay at home with Walter. So I'm not involved." Farley said, somewhat bored. "Why would you follow us?" "To watch the fun." Chapter 156 Action. Chapter 156 Action. Around 9 p.m., Sienna and Chris returned. Sienna came back with a huge pack. Seeing everyone in the living room, she tossed it onto the ground. "I'm so tired. Chen, reimburse this." Chen Zhao accepted Sienna's bill and felt a headache coming. $8,900? What kind of bill is this? Processing fee for special bullets. Chen Zhao was in pain. He had to put in money to help people these days. The tens of thousands that he'd earned this past 3 months was emptied in 2 days. Sienna rummaged through the bag and took out some clips of bullets. "David, try it with your gun. See if it works." "I have a gun too." Farley jogged to her room and came out with a gun. And Chris happened to have a gun too. Chen Zhao was speechless. "You all have guns. Is it strange? My gun can use these clips too." "Mine too." Chris aimed everywhere with her gun. "Don't point it at me. You can kill someone." Chen Zhao hurriedly dodged the muzzle. These bullets were made from angelic crystals. They were mainly used against supernatural beings, but they could hurt humans too. "Farley, you and Chris partner up. Don't run around." Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. "Are we going now?" "Wait," Chen Zhao said. "Just a bit more." "Wait for what? The time isn't right." "This should be the best timing," Sienna said in confusion. "It's 4 hours until midnight. The old witch will become much stronger between 12 and 1 a.m. "My helper isn't here yet," Chen Zhao said. "Helper? You have a helper. It's the thing that you can't see." Isn't he always beside you?" No. He has his own activity time. They couldn't understand. They thought that the thing protecting Chen Zhao was like his pet. He should be beside Chen Zhao at any time. They couldn't comprehend his answer. Blackie hadn't come back yet. Chen Zhao had to wait for him to act together. Blackie couldn't deal with Winry when she was in the Ghoul state, but if he destroyed Winry's Ghoul body, then he could attack the evil spirit. Thankfully, Blackie didn't make them wait too long. He came back after half an hour. Okay, my helper is here, Chen Zhao said. We can set off. You mean that the thing is beside us now? Sienna looked around curiously. Unfortunately, she couldn't see or feel anything. Yes. Can you tell him to let us see? I'm afraid not. Chen Zhao shook his head. Blackie still couldn't appear before people, but Chen Zhao remembered that Ethan had seen him through the rearview mirror when they'd driven back from looking for Blackie. Chen Zhao couldn't figure out why Ethan was able to see him. Blackie didn't understand why a regular guy saw him either. However, that accident only happened once. It never happened again when Blackie rode in Ethan's car. Beelzebub, Raymond, Walter, and Carrie were left at home to protect Chris and Farley. They couldn't protect themselves and could be a burden to take around. It also wasn't safe for them to stay home alone, so the little demons had to stay with them. David and Sienna came to Winry's house. The building was like a witch's home from a movie, a sharp point in the night sky. Even though it was night, a crow was still on the roof, cawing hoarsely. David gulped. His grip tightened subconsciously around his gun. This place doesn't feel right. You and Chen are spiritualists, but the place you live doesn't have this feeling. Sienna didn't feel comfortable either. Stay sharp and follow our plan. I know. David followed behind Sienna as she knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened. A stooped figure stood inside the door. The lights weren't on, so the surroundings weren't clear. However, a rotten smell flooded out of the house. Sienna stepped back in disgust. The figure took a step forward instead. Little girl, Winry said in her strange voice. You smell like magic. Sienna's eyebrow arched. She immediately threw a bottle at Winry. The liquid inside shimmered as if it was fluorescent. Winry grabbed the bottle easily. TSK, holy water? Little girl, who's your teacher? Don't you know that holy water is meaningless to a fellow witch like me? The bottle exploded and the liquid splashed onto her right arm. Pain seized her. Winry's entire arm started wilting with a shocking speed. Ah, this isn't holy water. I will kill you all. David whipped his gun out and fired at Winry. The witch flashed and dodged the bullet with surprising speed. She slammed into David's chest. It felt like he'd been hit by a car and he flew out. Sienna threw 2 more bottles of holy water. Winry didn't try to catch them again and retreated quickly instead. Just as she attacked Sienna, there was a gunshot. David had fired again from the ground. Ah, a bullet hit Winry's left thigh. She practically lost feeling in that leg. She jumped and disappeared within the deep and dark door. David, you all right? He stood up with difficulty. I'm okay. Did the old witch escape? I don't know. Let's go in and look. Winry's house had no electrical appliances or even light. Thankfully, David prepared a flashlight, but this was the old witch's lair, so they didn't dare have any mishaps. They nudged forward cautiously. Suddenly, Sienna seemed to kick something. David, move the light here. There's something under my feet. A body. It's a body. Under the flashlight, the two finally saw a dried corpse clearly. Crash. David bumped into a shelf and something shattered. What did you break? Blood. It's all blood, oh God. David's feet were covered in blood. The house was instantly filled with a bloody scent. Chapter 157 Voice Recorder Pen. Chapter 157 Voice Recorder Pen. Knock, knock. When Treed Pempton opened the front door, he saw Chen Zhao outside. Mr. Chen, what a surprise. Treed was rather startled that Chen Zhao actually visited him at this hour. Mr. Treed, I want to talk to you. About what? Treed looked at Chen Zhao, puzzled. I received a document on the winery's accounts, Chen Zhao said, smiling, as he took out a thumb drive. What do you want? Why don't we have a chat inside? Come in. Some gloom flashed across Treed's eyes. Chen Zhao took a look inside Treed's house, after which he sat on a chair right away. Mr. Treed, your home looks really simple. Where did you spend your money? Rumors outside claim that your winery had been in a bad state, but I know you're richer than what most people think. I don't understand. Depola gave me this thumb drive, Chen Zhao said, waving the thumb drive in his hand. Do you know Depola? To be precise, Depola left it with me as a deposit. He showed me the information inside, so I lent him 5,000. He said that if he couldn't return the money, the thumb drive would be mine. Also, he told me an interesting piece of information. You burned down your own winery. Ha, Treed laughed. Mr. Chen, he is but a small gangster. I don't care if he's telling the truth. Just say how much you want. 10 million. Mr. Chen, I thought that you're a good kid. Do you know what you're doing? You're blackmailing. Whatever you like to call it. Anyway, if you don't give me 10 million, I'll publicize the information in this thumb drive. By then, everyone will know that you have enough money to pay the victims' families, but you chose to hide your wealth. You'll face more than just the victims' relatives questioning. Your reputation will be ruined. Chen Zhao had a gentle smile on his face. Apart from that, I also suspect that you killed Depola. Crash. Suddenly, the window broke without warning and someone jumped into the house. Winry. Why would you? What? What's this? Chen Zhao stared at the unrecognizable face of Winry in horror. I need blood. Winry's face was filled with bloodlust. Although she looked like she was in a bad shape, she was still extremely dangerous. I don't want money anymore. I don't want money anymore. Mr. Chen, it's too late to regret now. Treed's face was occupied by a cruel smile. You can now go and accompany Depola. You really killed Depola? Mr. Treed, I promise I wouldn't tell anything to anyone. Please let me go. Please. I wouldn't trouble you anymore. It's too late. You know what? Depola only wanted 5,000 from me, and I killed him. And you wanted 10 million. You're much greedier than Depola. Treed looked at Winry. Winry, he's yours. Bam. Winry leaped towards Chen Zhao but was sent flying away by him with a single punch. Chen Zhao felt as if he had just punched an iron plate. Treed was clearly astonished. He knew well how strong Winry was. However, could she not even withstand a single punch from Chen Zhao? Mr. Treed, thank you for your confession. Chen Zhao smiled brightly. In fact, he was not holding a thumb drive, but rather a voice recorder pen. He had merely placed a thumb drive casing outside the voice recorder. What do you mean? You've already confessed that you did kill Depola. Aren't you here to blackmail me? Do you wish to be blackmailed instead? Chen Zhao smiled. Treed stared at Chen Zhao with a gloomy look. But are you sure that you can walk out of this place alive? If you think that old witch can stop me, you'll be very much disappointed. A fierce look blasted out from Winry's eyes. Although she was severely injured at the moment, she was still dangerous. Looks like you knew Winry's true identity long ago. A perverted old witch. Then how about mine? Yours. Chen Zhao was somewhat stunned. Just then, Treed slowly stood straight. His originally humpbacked body gradually straightened and became bigger. Bewilderment was written all over Chen Zhao's face. I'm delighted to see the fear on your face. You're not human. You're a demon. I am human, at least most of me is. Treed's body was still growing. Very soon, he reached 3 meters in height. Treed glanced at his sturdy limbs. Demonic bloodline only occupies a small part of me. Right. I still have something to do at home. I'm leaving first. Bye. At the instant Chen Zhao turned around, he felt an air current from behind. Suddenly, Chen Zhao took out an angelic crystal and threw it towards the incoming Treed. Treed obviously did not recognize the angelic crystal, so he did not dodge at all. When the angelic crystal landed on Treed's body, it blasted into a beam of light. Chen Zhao smelled a burnt smell. Half of Treed's body was enveloped in the white light. The light came and vanished quickly, and soon, only the half-dead Treed was left on the floor. His left shoulder was complete burnt and his flesh and skin were all crumpled. Smoke was even coming off from his body. Winry watched as Treed collapsed onto the floor. Suddenly, she dashed beside him, grabbed him, and then charged out of the window. Although one of Winry's legs was almost totally disabled, she was still as fast as a wolf. She was carrying Treed, but her speed was not quite affected. "You wanna run now?" "No way." Chen Zhao immediately began to chase. Winry was indeed very fast, but Chen Zhao was not slow either. After all, Chen Zhao had consumed Superman potion before and his body was way stronger than normal humans. As the two parties raced against each other, they slowly entered the depth of the mountain. Chen Zhao realized that Winry was running towards the gate of hell. What's she doing? Is she going to open the gate of hell? Chen Zhao did not think so. She had yet to collect enough sacrificial souls. However, Chen Zhao had to chase them. If they did not die here, they would recover and one day find him again for revenge. Even if they did not choose revenge, they could still complete the sacrifice and open the gate of hell, which would lead to a massacre. Chapter 158, Never-Ending Calls. Chapter 158, Never-Ending Calls. The two chased after one another in the forest. Winry was like a wild beast. They had similar speeds, but Winry was able to slip through the trees more easily, so the gap started widening. However, Chen Zhao knew where Winry was going, so he wasn't worried about losing her as long as the direction is right. After all, Winry and Treed would definitely stop at the gate of hell. Winry obviously wanted to lose Chen Zhao, but it wasn't possible. Her state was getting worse. She was carrying someone and her limbs were heavily injured. Her energy went down faster than Chen Zhao. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Huff, huff. "Chen, what are you doing? You're out of breath." It was Diana. "I'm doing a night jog." Chen Zhao was exhausted. He was very fit, but this journey wasn't short at all and he was sprinting. "Are you holding a girl right now?" "No, should I take a picture for you?" "Yeah. Take a picture." Chen Zhao was speechless. He could only take a selfie so Diana would believe him. "Chen, it's so dark. Where are you running?" "A mountain." "Oh, I know. You're doing some special training. That's why you're so awesome." "Okay, I'll talk to you after I'm done running." "Fine, bye." "Oh, actually, I know I'm not your girlfriend, so I won't mind even if you get in bed with someone else." Never believe any woman who says this. Even though Chen Zhao and Gerlin had promised to be fuck buddies, he still couldn't talk about other girls in front of her. This was basic respect for his female companion. If they couldn't satisfy each other romantically, it was the least to not affect the other's feelings. Hanging up on Diana, Chen Zhao's second call came. It was Captain Lloyd. Hearing Chen Zhao's panting, he asked, "Mr. Chen, am I disturbing you?" "No. I'm running." "Get to the point." "I learned that Philip Quinn will go out in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. I also found the route he'll take." "You're okay, right?" "Huff, no problem." "Okay, then it's set. Have a good night." Hanging up, Chen Zhao muttered, "Fuck." It was the middle of the night and he was chasing a 100-something-year-old witch. How great could it be? He wondered if Chen Zhao's friends all agreed to call him tonight. As soon as he hung up, another call came in. It was Dell. "Don't tell me that you're messing with your dick again," Chen Zhao sighed. "If you're calling me because of your dick, then I'm gonna go there and cut it off." "Chen, why are you so angry? I wanted to thank you for all your help these days, so I'm holding a party next week. I want to invite you." "Tell me next week. Are you having sex? You're panting so loudly." Chen Zhao didn't want to waste time with Dell, so he hung up. But then another call came. Without even looking, Chen Zhao yelled, "I'm not having sex. I'm running, okay?" "Chen, it's me, right?" "Huff, huff, right, why are you calling me?" "Sorry, I'm not yelling at you." "Are you busy?" "I'm running," Chen Zhao reiterated. Whoosh, Chen Zhao moved a pile of grass aside and lunged forward. "Okay, Chen, I heard from Ethan that you want to punish Philip Quinn." "Ethan told you?" Caprice. Right, I promise I'll make that asshole regret being born. I swear. Can I help you? No, just make sure Ethan doesn't do anything stupid before I carry out my plan. I'm part of this too. You can't exclude Ethan and I. Right, can you make atomic bombs? I'm a medical student. Okay, so just wait for good news, alright? Fine. Chen, don't work too hard. Take care of yourself. Wright obviously didn't believe Chen Zhao's explanation. I'm seriously running at night. Whatever you do is fine. Just be careful. Goodbye. Chen Zhao felt that half of his energy was wasted on bullshitting with his friends. He felt tired physically and mentally. If this continued, his heart would explode. But the calls came like a torrent. Another one came. Chen, are you? Leonardo, if you ask me if I'm having sex, I'm blocking you. I was going to remind you that my birthday party is in 2 days. You can come, right? Yes, bye. Chen, take care of your health. Chen Zhao was about to go crazy, but then he realized that Lloyd's plan was taking place in 2 days too. However, Lloyd had planned for the afternoon. If everything went smoothly, he could make it to Leonardo's birthday party and even buy a gift beforehand. He thought that there would be another call. He waited for a few minutes, but it was silent. Just as he thought there would be no more calls and he put his phone away, another one came. Chen, are you? It was Rutherford's voice. Fuck, I'm not having sex. I'm running, okay? Talk or hang up. My first race after recovering is night after tomorrow at the LA Memorial Coliseum. Can you come? He sounded hopeful. Chen Zhao was the only person who valued him and was willing to give him a chance and hope. He really wished that Chen Zhao could come and watch his first race after recovery. What time? 8. Can you give me some more tickets? Of course. How many? Maybe 7. No problem. Okay. And I really am running. I know. Bye. What the fuck do you know? Chen Zhao swore inside. The phone rang again. I'm running. Fuck, I'm not having sex. Chen, where are you? We're at Treed's house. There are signs of struggle, but no one's there. Chapter 159 Internal Conflict. Chapter 159 Internal Conflict. I'm chasing the old witch and Treed. They're running deep into the mountain. Where are you? We're coming to help you. Even if you're here, you can't catch them, so don't come here and make the situation messier, Chen Zhao said. Chen, we found a few corpses in the old witch's house. They were killed in the last day or two, and they're all residents in this town. She might have possibly already collected enough sacrificial souls. Chen Zhao was rather surprised. He did not expect the old witch and Treed, who had been acting very carefully, to suddenly kill a few people in the past few days. They had changed their style completely and started killing random people. This being the case, there was even more reason for Chen Zhao to not let the two off. Nobody knew what they would do after successfully summoning the demon. Winry was an old witch and she had already turned herself into a monster. Treed was a human-demon hybrid, although his demonic bloodline was very weak. It was obvious that the two of them would do nothing good. Finally, Chen Zhao managed to catch up with Winry and Treed. They had already reached the big pit, which was supposed to be the gate of hell. The two parties entered a stalemate. Winry, why did you come here? We're still short of 3 sacrificial souls. Treed was in an even worse state than Winry. The angelic crystal caused greater damage to him than to Winry, because he had just activated his demonic bloodline and turned temporarily into a demon. However, he was a very inferior one. In fact, his only change was his physical form. He was not a subordinate demon and also had no abilities of his own. Thus, he could not at all mitigate the damage caused by the angelic crystal. On the other hand, while Winry looked like she had lost 1 arm and 1 leg, she had received mostly physical damage. Chen Zhao and Sienna had thought that shooting Winry with angelic crystal bullets would cause severe damage. However, this was not the case. Winry's soul was almost unharmed. Ha! In the last 2 days, I killed another 2 people whom I didn't like. Winry gave a hoarse laughter. Hearing her voice, Chen Zhao felt really uncomfortable. Treed looked at Chen Zhao. So, kill him, and we can complete the sacrificial ritual. Winry also glanced at Chen Zhao. He's a big trouble now. In comparison, you're much weaker. Wait. What are you doing? Treed's face paled in horror. He realized what Winry was going to do. Winry was indeed a psychologically abnormal old witch. Treed knew well how wicked she was. She had brought him here not to save him or to share their gains, but as the last sacrifice for the ritual. Oh, you know what I'm doing. As Winry gave out a series of strange laughter, she took out 2 bottles and smashed them on the edge of the pit. The 2 sacrificial souls escaped from the bottles. They wanted to leave, but a mysterious force dragged them into the pit. Save me. Save me, the 2 souls called, but they could not resist the attraction and were still sucked into the pit. In the end, they disappeared into the bottomless darkness. The pit seemed to have turned deeper and darker. The vines on the inner side of the pit started to climb up at a noticeable speed. Winry looked at Chen Zhao. Hey, aren't you coming to stop me? If you don't do it now, you wouldn't have the chance anymore. Although Winry sounded relaxed, she did not dare to underestimate Chen Zhao at all. Chen Zhao had something that could inflict severe harm to her. Even now, she had no idea what it was. Treed had only been hit by such a small white crystal and he was already like this at the moment. Chen Zhao stared at Winry and Treed, his eyes sparkling. Suddenly, he smiled. Since you want to summon a demon so badly, I'll let you. Please. Chen Zhao's words alerted Winry instead. She did not believe that Chen Zhao would allow her to complete the ritual so easily. He must be planning to attack me when the ritual begins. In this case, I wouldn't be able to fight back for a while, which puts me in a really dangerous situation. Therefore, Winry did not even dare to start the ritual before killing Chen Zhao. Winry glanced at Treed who was on the ground and then threw a purple potion before him. Treed, drink this. What's this? Do you think I'll listen to you again? Treed stared at Winry in enmity. This can help you to recover, Winry said. Do you think I'll believe you? I made this blood potion with living human's blood. It can not only heal you, but also grant you immense power for a short period of time. Chen Zhao frowned. Blood potion. He was not unfamiliar with blood potions, of course, because they were recorded in the demonic medical book. However, Chen Zhao remembered that many components needed to make a blood potion could only be found in hell. Moreover, blood potions were supposed to greatly enhance one's demonic bloodline. Even Chen Zhao did not have enough materials to craft one at the moment. Winry had to spend so much time and effort to merely summon a demon. How could she obtain so many materials from hell? One possibility was that while the 2 kinds of blood potions had the same name, they had very different functions, or perhaps Winry had used a few alternative materials from the human world to make the blood potion. As for how effective the potion really was, only she would know. However, judging from her look, she was certainly not trying to help Treed. Treed, we can only live if we kill him together, Winry said. Only if we kill him, you will no longer need to be the sacrifice, and our plan can also be successfully completed. However, if we don't kill him, our plan will fail, and more importantly, you can't ever return to your normal life. Treed's eyes glittered in thought. In the end, he still grabbed the blood potion, broke the bottle, and poured the purple liquid into his mouth. Very soon, he felt a power being released in his body. Puff! Puff! Treed's burnt skin began to recover. However, he did not feel better. In fact, he felt even worse instead. Why do I feel like? The blood potion can temporarily boost your strength, but it also has a small side effect. What? From now on, you'll become very bloodthirsty, just like a vampire. You dare to fool me? Treed stared furiously at Winry. Internal conflict is no good for either of us. It'll only benefit the Asian. Stop him for 10 minutes, just 10. Chapter 160, Come on, let's all summon demons. Chapter 160, Come on, let's all summon demons. Treed Pempton's breathing turned heavier. He stared at Winry with hatred, but he still kept a level head. Turning to Chen Zhao, The hatred remained in his eyes. It's you. It's all because of you that I'm in this state. Mr. Pempton, that's not really fair. It's your own karma. How can it be my fault? If you didn't get in my way, all this wouldn't have happened. You destroyed everything. You should die. Yelling about dying is a bit much. We're all civilized people. Why can't we just sit down and have a nice chat? Treed, why are you still wasting time with him? Winry urged impatiently. Kill him. Hurry up, it's almost midnight. Treed thirsted for blood right now. He ground his teeth, making cracking sounds. Chen Zhao took a few steps back. With Treed's current state, he really couldn't fight him. Chen Zhao was stronger than the average man, but he couldn't go up against beasts. If he had to go against a beast, it could only be a beast from hell. A demonic ritual implement appeared in Chen Zhao's hands. Bloody hunter, get over here. A puff of red smoke shot out of the ritual implement. Treed was still scared of Chen Zhao. Seeing this, he didn't dare to charge brashly. He took a small step back, looking at Chen Zhao cautiously. A while later, a huge figure arose in the red smoke. The summoning of the bloody hunter succeeded. Mixed bastard. The bloody hunter looked at Treed in disdain. Then he turned to look at Chen Zhao and immediately lowered himself. Respected living lord, I am happy to work for you again. What is this, a demon? You summoned a demon? Treed had demonic blood in him. He could obviously sense the pure demon lineage in the bloody hunter. The bloody hunter stood up straight. He was a head taller than Treed, covered in hair, and had horns on his head. Winry was utterly shocked too. This man could summon demons. And summon a pure demon? How was this possible? How could he do this? She and Treed had tried so hard but still hadn't succeeded. And yet this Asian could summon a demon so easily. Living Lord, are they your enemies? The bloody hunter licked his lips and opened his mouth slightly, revealing the fangs. Yes, they want to kill me. I'm so scared. You won't mind me killing them, right? As you wish. The bloody hunter was really happy. Since Chen Zhao had summoned him to the living world, he definitely wouldn't scrimp on the pay. Bastard, come here. I'll show you what a true demon is. Actually, the bloody hunter was a low-level demon too. He was also mixed. However, the bloody hunter was a mix of two demons. This was different from Treed, who was half human, half demon. Treed was enraged. It wasn't the bloody hunter's first time calling him a bastard. Roaring, he pounced toward the demon. The bloody hunter also screamed and tangled with Treed. The two fought in the most primitive way, with gnashing claws and teeth. It was difficult to see the winner. Seeing that the bloody hunter didn't have an absolute advantage, Chen Zhao asked, "Hey, bloody hunter, can you really do it? Should I call some more helpers?" The bloody hunter didn't have the time to reply to Chen Zhao now. With his pride, he wouldn't be willing to get reinforcements either. If he couldn't even beat a mixed demon with very little demon blood, he wouldn't have the heart to go back to hell. Treed was definitely weaker than him. He could feel it. It seemed as if they were neck to neck, but the bloody hunter actually had the upper hand. His teeth and claws were sharper, and he was stronger and faster. Winry finally completed the last step of the sacrifice ritual. "Treed," she yelled. "Jump into the gates of hell with me, hurry." Treed used all his might to push the bloody hunter away. Eyes turning red, he screamed as if trying his hardest to go against Winry's order. However, he couldn't control his body. He walked toward the ditch involuntarily. His consciousness had finally collapsed. Winry's power overtook his mind. Treed jumped into the gates of hell. Black light instantly shot out of the gates, forming a dark cloud in the air. Various large tentacles reached down. Excitement was written all over Winry's face. Success. I succeeded. Mighty Sleeper, you've finally come to the human world. Winry opened her arms wide happily. You're dead, Asian. You thought you could change things by summoning a low-level demon? You bastard, you cannot be compared to the Mighty Sleeper, Lord Bester. One had to admit that the scene was quite shocking. It could be seen even from miles away. David and Sienna, who were in the wilderness, saw it too. Sienna, look. What is that? That old witch succeeded. She summoned a demon. She really summoned it. Sienna's expression changed drastically. Is Chen in danger? David panicked. Maybe he has a solution. Sienna looked grave. Her voice was filled with uncertainty. Even from so far away, she could sense the demonic aura clearly. Are you sure? Bullshit, Sienna muttered in annoyance. How can I be sure? I've never seen it before. Then what do we do? What do you think? Let's go and help him. Maybe we can defeat the demon if we work together. Sienna decided to hurry over. She was still hopeful, since Chen Zhao's abilities were immeasurable. She also had a fatal weapon in her hands. If they worked together, they might be able to win. Check how many bullets you have left. 10. Bring the 2 bottles of mixed holy water too. Smash it into the demon when needed. Chapter 161 Obitos Arrival. Chapter 161 Obitos Arrival. Sleeper Bester finally emerged from the ring of clouds. His lower body was an octopus and his upper body was a human. Very unfortunately, Chen Zhao knew this octopus monster. Of course, they had merely encountered each other once before and were not friends. With his tentacles, Bester supported himself above the gate of hell. 2 of his tentacles were crossed before his chest just like 2 hands as he looked at everyone from above. Winry was kneeling on the ground, looking as humble as a servant. The great sleeper Bester, your dedicated servant, Winry Gargamel, is ready to serve you. The human world. I'm actually really in the human world. Hello, octopus monster, we meet again, Chen Zhao greeted. Bester lowered his head and carefully inspected Chen Zhao. To be honest, it was very difficult for a demon to recognize a human's face, just like how humans could not distinguish between the faces of the same kind of animal. The same thing happened to Bester. However, based on just smell, he indeed found Chen Zhao rather familiar. Winry's face was filled with doubt. Why would this Asian know Bester? Was it not the first time that sleeper Bester was summoned from hell? Suddenly, Bester recalled who the person before him was. Human, it's you. How dare you appear in front of me again? You caused a huge loss to me. I'm going to kill you. Shit. I knew I would still have to fight, Chen Zhao cursed. Bester was not an inferior demon. Bloody Hunter was certainly no match for him. Even if Chen Zhao were to release his entire demon army, he would suffer a heavy loss. Bester was clearly a subordinate demon, although Chen Zhao had no idea who his king was. Chen Zhao twitched his lips and very unwillingly took out a demonic ritual implement. This time, a cloud of white gas was released from the ritual implement, and the amount of gas was far more than when Chen Zhao had summoned Bloody Hunter. The white gas enveloped the region around him and formed a cloud of fog. In the fog, a figure seemed to be floating slowly. Suddenly, a face appeared from the fog. Living Lord, did you summon me here? Jessica, can you defeat this octopus monster? The face disappeared. In the next instant, it appeared again before the octopus and started to float around it. Subordinate Acre Bester, do you know who I am? Bester stared suspiciously at the vague face in the fog. Suddenly, his expression changed and he screamed in horror, Jessica? Your Lord Jessica? Ah! Jessica released a sharp howl. Chen Zhao, Winry, and Bloody Hunter all covered their ears in pain. Directly before the attack, Bester's entire body started spurting blood, as if his whole body had been cut by a knife. You know who I am, and yet you dare to face me with such an attitude. The fog around them began to converge. Gradually, Jessica's body formed. Winry's hair stood up in fear. She did not know who Jessica was, but it was evident that Bester was extremely scared of her. But, isn't Bester the king of sleep? Shouldn't he be one of the strongest in hell? Why does he look so weak and petty? Is this ordinary-looking woman also a demon king? One who's even more powerful than Bester? Gravely injured by Jessica's scream, Bester attempted to flee into the gate of hell. Why leave when you're already here? Jessica shook her body and countless clones of herself appeared, charging into the gate of hell one after another. In the depths of the pit, screams could be constantly heard. Winry could feel her limbs turn cold. Coming from the pit were not just Jessica's sharp screams, but also Bester's screams of horror. Jessica's real body bowed at Chen Zhao. Living Lord, since I'm in the human world, I need to complete the task given by Lord Beelzebub. Yap. Chen Zhao had not summoned Jessica until just now precisely because he did not really want to accept Obitos. Obitos was truly big trouble. However, since Jessica was already here, Chen Zhao had no choice but to accept the task of taking care of Obitos. Jessica took out a soul-filled bottle and threw it into the gate of hell as she chanted an obscure incantation. As she called, something seemed to be coming out from the deep pit. Finally, a fire pillar erupted from the pit and reached the sky, forming a cluster of red, fiery clouds. It looked exactly like when Bester had been summoned earlier, except for the color of the clouds. Suddenly, an enormous monster many times larger than Bester charged out from the burning clouds. It was Obitos, and in his mouth was none other than Bester. The poor Bester was already half killed by Jessica immediately after he came to the human world. Then, an even fiercer monster appeared and took him as food. Obitos' gigantic body landed on the ground. Winry was already shocked out of her wits. Fire Dragon. The legendary Fire Dragon. Obitos' near-perfect body, powerful wings, and surging fire elements all indicated his identity. He was a fire king from hell. Obitos lowered his head and looked at Winry. Then, he opened his mouth and devoured her too. However, before he could swallow Winry, he spit her out. What a terrible taste. Living Lord, please complete the contract with Lord Obitos, Jessica said. What do I do? Nothing. Let me help you. Jessica approached Chen Zhao and made a cut on his palm, after which she lifted his hand up. Lord Obitos, please lower your head. Obitos looked at Chen Zhao and then put his head low. Jessica held Chen Zhao's hand and placed it on Obitos' forehead. A complicated magic marking appeared on Obitos' forehead as his body shrunk in size. Very soon, he became a giant lizard, one with wings and dark red skin. Looking at Obitos, Chen Zhao was somewhat disappointed. In the end, he still could not complete his dream of becoming a dragon knight. Anyhow, this world could certainly not tolerate a real terrifying fire dragon. Living Lord, is there anything else I can do for you? Bring her with you. Chen Zhao pointed at Winry. At the moment, Winry was lying on the ground with one last breath. Being bitten by a fire dragon was surely nothing comfortable. Both her body and soul had been burnt by Obitos' scorching flames. She had basically lost all abilities to fight. Of course, even if she could still fight, there was no way she was going to defeat Jessica. After all, Jessica was not a mere inferior demon. She was a superior demon, a truly superior banshee. Chapter 162 Obitos caused trouble. Chapter 162 Obitos caused trouble. Jessica tossed Winry, who was pleading desperately, into the gates of hell. The bloody hunter also returned after getting his reward. Everything was finally over. Chen Zhao couldn't stop Winry and Treed's bloodshed, but at least everything was over. No one would ever be stupid enough to summon a demon to kill people in town. Obitos suddenly grew furious. He looked into the darkness. Something seemed to be approaching. Chen, David and Sienna had arrived. Both were completely exhausted. Chen, where's the old witch and Treed? Where did they go? It's over. I got it. How did you know I'm here? There was such a big commotion. Did the old witch finish the sacrifice and summon the demon? What's this? David got close to Obitos. Obitos spat fire in David's face. Thankfully, Obitos was much weaker now and his dragon breath wasn't that destructive. Otherwise, David would be scorched by now. Wow, this lizard can spit fire. Sienna was suspicious. This clearly wasn't an average lizard because it could spit fire and had wings. Fire dragon? A child, Chen Zhao answered. His name is Obitos. Obitos, she's Sienna and his David. They're my friends. Don't hurt people without reason like that anymore, got it? Obitos spread his wings. He circled above Chen Zhao and landed on his shoulder. This landing almost sent Chen Zhao to the ground. Even though Obitos was a few thousand times smaller than before, he was still a huge lizard and around 100 pounds. Put your wings away, Chen Zhao said. I know you can do it. Roar. As expected, only Chen Zhao could understand what he was saying, just like with Beelzebub and the others. Obitos shook his back and the wings went away. Chen, you took care of the demon by yourself. Is everything over? Is that really a fire dragon? I'm tired. I'm going to rest. Chen Zhao truly was tired. He'd worked hard the entire night and could finally rest. His legs turned to jelly and he sat onto the ground, unable to move. He hadn't done much fighting other than running, but he felt physical and mental fatigue. Chen, what's wrong? David and Sienna hurried over to help him up. Nothing. Just tired. David and Sienna automatically imagined that Chen Zhao had gone through a horrible fight. David carried Chen Zhao down the mountain. When they returned home and Farley and Chris saw Chen Zhao being carried, they thought something bad had happened. They immediately came over in concern. Chen's okay. He's just tired. You don't know how intense the battle today was. Chen was facing a true demon. You know what the demon was like. David described the battle colorfully as if he'd seen it with his own eyes. Chen, how do you feel now? Sienna fed him a bottle of potion with unknown ingredients. Much better. Chen Zhao moved his arms around. Sienna's potion was effective, but it wasn't very obvious. He'd recovered some of his strength, but his mental state was still bad. I need to sleep. Chen Zhao lost his balance and fell back onto the sofa. I'll help you into your room. Oh, David, listen to this recording pen. Delete the unnecessary information and give it to Bant. Okay. Chen Zhao hadn't slept so well in a long time. He slept from midnight to the afternoon of the next day, more than 10 hours. Farley and the others knew that Chen Zhao was exhausted, so they didn't disturb him. Chen Zhao stretched and got out of bed to wash up. Knocking came from outside, so he went to open the door with a toothbrush in his mouth. It was Bant and Ken outside. Chen Zhao pointed at his mouth and then ran into the bathroom to clean his mouth. Going back to the door, he hugged Ken first. Ken, congrats on your release. Chen, thank you. You saved Ken twice. Bant looked at him with gratitude. Ken had a similar expression. If it wasn't for Chen, he had no clue what situation he'd be in. The first time went without saying, Chen was his lifesaver. The second time, he'd helped exonerate Ken. We're friends. This isn't my own work either. David actually found out that it was related to Treed and I used this chance to force him to reveal the truth. I understand. I just haven't seen David yet. Please tell him I said thanks. Tell Mary to give us a large pizza next time. That's the best way to thank us. Ada, look what I got. Chen Zhao was eating breakfast Farley made for him when Obitos came in with a dead poodle in his mouth. What the? Did it piss you off? Chen Zhao hurriedly took the poodle to see if there was any hope left. Unfortunately, the poodle was completely dead. Chen Zhao buried his face in his hands. He saw Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie, the three assholes, peering from under the sofa. It went without guessing that these three had encouraged the young Obitos to do this. Don't hurt any pets in the future. If you want to eat anything. Ding dong. The bell rang, along with a girl's voice. Excuse me, anyone home? Chen Zhao went to the door and saw a short girl. She seemed to be around 14 or 15, but she'd gone through puberty well. Who are you looking for? I'm Lily's. And then she screamed. Chen Zhao's face twitched. He looked at the dead poodle before Obitos. This was a problem. You're murderer. You killed Lily. Miss, I'm very sorry about your pet. My pet slipped outside when I was sleeping. How much money do you want? I can pay you. I don't want money, the girl yelled. You murderer. I'm gonna call the cops. I want you to pay for what you did. Miss, how can I help you? Melson and Leonardo walked over. When the girl saw Leonardo's uniform, she grabbed him and said, Officer, this guy killed my pet. He's a murderer. Leonardo and Melson were both doubtful. They knew how much Chen Zhao liked little animals. How could he kill someone else's pet? Chapter 163, Cheap Land. Chapter 163, Cheap Land. Obitos, come and apologize. Everyone saw a fireball charge out from the room. They quickly jumped back in shock. With his mouth wide open, Obitos looked really frightening. A normal person would not dare to raise a giant lizard that was 2 meters long and over 50 kilograms heavy at home, let alone come too close to one. Of course, many people in America raised lizards. What breed is this? Why is its skin red? Leonardo asked curiously. It's called Obitos. It's new here, so I haven't had the chance to discipline it. It just went hunting alone and then killed this lady's pet dog. I'm really sorry. Miss, if you need compensation, we can discuss about it. Melson and Leonardo finally understood what was going on, but the girl still refused to give up. Since you have such a dangerous pet, you need to discipline it properly. What if it bit a human or a child instead? Yes, I'll be careful. I promise it won't happen again. Chen Zhao knew that he had to apologize since he was in the wrong. Obitos, apologize. Obitos lifted his head and looked at Chen Zhao. Then, he waved his tail and nodded at the girl. The girl stared at Obitos with some envy on her face. Then compensate me with this lizard. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. The girl was actually not embarrassed to ask. I don't think so. I can give you money as compensation, but not my pet. Such a civil conflict would normally not turn into a criminal case, so the police would not interfere. Of course, one of the parties may choose to appeal to court, but even so the judge would at most charge the wrong party with a fine. Chen Zhao was in the wrong because he did not look after his pet properly. Therefore, there would also be some light punishment for him, such as 10 or 20 hours of community service. Lend it to me for a month. Chen Zhao still shook his head. No. Then can I come and play with it? Chen, I hereby sentence you. In the next month, this beautiful lady must be able to play with your pet for an hour. Of course, it'll only be when you're around, Melson said with a serious voice. Thank you, Mr. Police. The girl hugged Melson's waist enthusiastically. Melson was very tall, so she could only reach his waist. Can I start playing with it now? Fine. Obitos, you need to now pay for your mistake. And you three, also come out. Beelzebub, Carrie, and Raymond ran out. They stood before Chen Zhao in a row, all looking like they had just done something wrong. Wow. You've got so many pets. Why can't you just give me one? So stingy. Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. Then, he looked at Melson and Leonardo. Why are you here? Chen, we've heard the recording of the conversation between you and Treed Pentom. We want to know where Treed is now. I don't know. Didn't you catch him there? Come on. He had a gun. I didn't dare to chase him. Chen Zhao had already thought of an excuse. Hope that he's still alive. Clearly, Melson was suspicious about whether Chen Zhao had secretly killed Treed. Isn't it better for him to be dead? Chen Zhao said, unconcerned. He's hidden his wealth, but the families of the victims of that winery fire have yet to receive their compensation. Do you still think it's good? Chen Zhao was stunned. He had indeed never thought about this. Nevertheless, it was already too late. Treed was already dead, and Chen Zhao was pretty sure that he was somewhere in hell at the moment. Of course, Chen Zhao had no idea where his soul was, or whether it was even complete. I can only hope that you can arrest him ASAP. Chen, can you guarantee that he's still alive? You suspect that I killed him? Or perhaps I pocketed his properties? That's not what I meant. I can promise you that I didn't kill him or detain him to ask him about his wealth. I didn't get myself involved for his money in the first place. Otherwise, I won't have given the recording to the police. I only want to help my friend to clear his name. All right, Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that, Melson apologized. Apology accepted. If you have any clues, can you tell us please? Yes, I will. Then we'll leave now. See you. Melson turned around and left, while Leonardo hugged Chen Zhao. Chen, this is too much. Why didn't you call me for the operation? Am I not your friend? Leonardo had already found out that Chen Zhao, David, Sienna, and the rest were all involved, but he was excluded. Surely, he was somewhat disappointed. He felt that since David was a police and was willing to cooperate with Chen Zhao to catch the culprit, he could too. Moreover, he was in charge of this case in the first place. If Chen Zhao had found him instead, he could have provided more clues. Leonardo, I've indeed considered calling you, but I didn't know your position. I apologize for my doubt. Fine, I forgive you, but if something similar happens next time, remember to call me. Of course. And don't forget about my party tomorrow. I won't. Just then, a person walked into the courtyard. He scanned the few people in the yard and his eyes eventually locked onto Chen Zhao. Hi, are you Chen? You are. Do you not know me? I'm the mayor of Mountain Town. Name's Dion. Dion Sloat was bald and looked like he was just past 50 years old. To be honest, he looked more like a fighter than a mayor. He had a bad, extremely bad reputation in town. There were rumors which claimed that he had accepted bribes for himself and sold common properties of the town to private enterprises, such as the chemical factory. Mr. Dion, how can I help you? I heard that you want to purchase the 5 hectares of land near Mirror Lake. Is that true? That was indeed my plan, but I encountered a problem with my cash flow recently. I've already given up the thought. I can sell it to you at a lower price, Dion said. Lower price? How low? Chen Zhao was interested in the deal. Chen, you should know that something happened in town recently. A few families are in trouble because of that. It's probably the last thing I can do for them as the mayor, so I can't lower the price too much. 400,000 is my bottom line. Chen Zhao had no idea if Dion was acting or being sincere, but the fact that he had such a thought should only be good for the victims' families. Nonetheless, Chen Zhao really did not have so much money at the moment. Can I have a few days to think over it? Chapter 164, Azina. Chapter 164, Azina. Chen Zhao only worried about money when he'd first arrived in America. At that time, he didn't have any source of income. Holding $10,000 wasn't able to give him a sense of security. Later, Chen Zhao became an illegal doctor and no longer had to worry about money. He only had headaches because he couldn't make enough. Now, he was worried about money again. He really wanted to buy that land and he could do something good too. It was 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he couldn't produce all that money. He was renting his home now, after all. As a Chinese man, he had a longing for land. He always thought that he would only feel secure if he had his own house. No matter what happened, if the house was still there, everything would still be there. Should he bring all his demons to do something big? No, this wasn't realistic. He could only entertain it in his mind. Chen Zhao sat in the swing in his yard. Farley made the swing. Watching the girl play with Obitos, Beelzebub and the others, he called out, "Hey, we know each other now, but I don't know your name yet." Azina Lincoln. Where are your parents? Why are you asking? Azina suddenly grew cautious. Chen Zhao wondered if he'd asked a wrong question. Fine, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Who said I don't want to tell you? Then tell me. Why should I? She asked matter-of-factly. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. It's getting dark. You should go home. So what if it's dark? There's no one home anyway. Did her parents leave her here alone while they worked? But according to American laws, underage kids couldn't live alone. My dad is busy with work every day. I only said 2 sentences to him this month. What 2 sentences? Good morning, good night. What about your mom? She divorced my dad. She comes to see me once a month, but she already has her own family. Azina had matured early. Chen Zhao could no longer hear childish innocence from her words. Is that your girlfriend? Azina suddenly pointed at Farley who'd just come back. No, we're roommates. You don't like her? Or she doesn't like you? This has nothing to do with liking each other. If a woman is willing to live with a man not related to her, then it means that she has feelings for him. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Who taught you that? They have it in the books. Chen Zhao didn't think that Farley came to live with him because she had feelings for him. She'd come to live with Walter, not him. Hey, beauty. Farley came into the backyard. What's your name? Azina Lincoln. I live around the corner. Azina looked at Walter. That's a big dog. Does it bite? He's really nice. His name is Walter. Walter was friendly with everyone. He went over to lick Azina's face. Chen, how do you train all your pets? Azina asked curiously as she petted Walter's neck. Why are they all so smart? I feel like they can understand what I'm saying. Farley was used to all this. These weren't regular pets, especially the huge red lizard on the ground. According to Sienna and David, this was a real fire dragon. You two play. I'll go make dinner. Azina, do you want to stay for dinner? Can I? She looked at Chen Zhao with uncertainty. Of course. I'm honored to invite you to dinner with us. Azina was having fun. Walter and Obitos both let her ride them. Her past pets could never do this. They were also really obedient and would react to whatever she said. Just then, Banton Mary came over from across the street with a huge pizza. Azina, you know Chen? Mary was surprised to find Azina here. Hi Bant, Mary. Azina greeted them but seemed a bit cold. Chen Zhao welcomed them in and hugged them both. Chen, I heard from Ken what happened when I was gone. I don't know how to thank you. Chen Zhao accepted the pizza. This is the best thanks for me. Oh, you should know Azina's father, right? If possible, can you tell him that she's playing in my house and come here to pick her up? You don't know who her father is. Should I know? Her father is Dion Sloat. What? Then shouldn't her last name be Sloat? Her full name is Azina Lincoln Sloat, Bant said. Lincoln is her mother's last name. Does she have a bad relationship with her father? Chen Zhao asked curiously. Because of her father, the kids bully her in school and don't want to be her friend. That's why she doesn't have many friends. Chen Zhao realized that the rumors in town had affected Azina. This was why she was so withdrawn. But it's good that she can play here. I was afraid that she'll really have a traumatic childhood because of this. Chen Zhao glanced at Azina. She was riding Walter, yelling excitedly, Walter, go, go, catch up to Obitos. Chen Zhao felt powerless too. He wasn't part of the neighborhood committee. He couldn't help with their family problems or neighborly relationships. He just felt that problems between adults shouldn't affect the kids. Kids might not understand this though. Adult problems often affected them. We should go. Okay, bye. Farley happened to announce that dinner was ready. Walter shot into the house with Azina on his back. Walter was really big now, but he was still growing. He had a shocking appetite. Chen Zhao had no clue how much he could grow. He felt that if Walter continued growing like this, he could try for some world record. Of course, this could only happen if he didn't somehow get mutated. If he ended up looking like the Bloody Hunter, Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to accept it. Chapter 165 Arrival of the Silly Twins. Chapter 165 Arrival of the Silly Twins. Just as Chen Zhao was having his meal, Dion Sloat showed up. However, he did not enter Chen Zhao's house. They stood outside the door and chatted. Chen, thank you for taking care of Azina for me. No problem. Actually, my pet accidentally killed her poodle. Dion was also momentarily stunned. Don't worry. The poodle wouldn't have been alive for too much longer anyway. What? Since she was young, she has never raised a pet for more than a month. For example, her first pet, a rabbit, was crushed by her on her bed. I need to prepare a new pet for her every month, or maybe every half a month. Sometimes, parents who did not have time to accompany their child would hope that pets could replace their role. If it's convenient, can you let her come here and play with your pets? Dion pleaded. Regardless of what kind of person he was or what he had done to the town, he was nothing more than a father at the moment. Of course. I welcome Azina here anytime. Chen Zhao and Dion continued to chat in the courtyard until Azina finished her dinner. Then, Dion brought Azina home. Azina was extremely reluctant to leave Chen Zhao's pets and finally bid them goodbye. Chen, he's the town's mayor, isn't he? Yap. Have you seen him before? Just once. I heard that his reputation here is pretty bad. I don't really care. Our interests don't conflict anyway. Chen Zhao shrugged his shoulders, not bothered. As for whether being too close to Dion would affect his own reputation, Chen Zhao cared even less. Anyway, he did not need everyone to accept him. It would be good as long as his friends accepted him. For example, Bant and Mary would not unfriend him just because he was close to Dion. Chen Zhao did not care about how strangers would think. Farley, do you have money? Huh. How much do you need? How much do you have? 2,000, Farley answered. How long have you been working for? 3.5 years. Do you not have any savings? Why do I need to save? It was a very strange logic, at least to Chen Zhao. On the other hand, Farley thought that Chen Zhao was the weird one. Why would one save one's money instead of spending it? To wait for the USD to devalue? Many people in America preferred advanced consumption. To them, saving too much money in the bank was a foolish act. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, had the typical Chinese mindset. He would save as much money as possible to handle urgent and unforeseeable situations. Moreover, by how much could the USD devalue? It would not affect Chen Zhao too much unless the USD was to devalue to the Japanese yen. Is it urgent? I want to buy a piece of land and build a house of my own. Chen Zhao told Farley the truth. How much more do you need? I had enough at first, but now it's not enough again. I'm afraid I can't help you. $2,000 and a $100 fake black diamond pendant I bought from a flea market are all I have now. Actually, even the $2,000 were borrowed from the bank. Forget it. I'll think of another way. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped the two people on the sofa. Chen Zhao and Farley lifted their heads together. They saw a giant two-headed wolf staring at them from above. Ah! Farley screamed. Chen Zhao pulled Farley's arm and leaped forward. Humans. It's the human world. The two-headed wolf looked at Chen Zhao and Farley and then inspected its surrounding. Chen. Where did it come from? Chen Zhao's face was also filled with bewilderment. Just then, Beelzebub and the rest appeared. All of their faces were filled with anger. Beelzebub complained, Human, you've just summoned another demon, a truly trash demon. Who are you? Chen Zhao stood in front of Farley. Chen Zhao was certain that the two-headed wolf was a demon. Nonetheless, he was the first demon servant not to appear in the form of a small animal. Chen Zhao was also unsure if the demon could understand him just like Beelzebub and the rest. Me. Mammon Bishop. I'm a subordinate of the King of Greed. Human, why am I here? Greed, one of the 7 sins. Chen, I'm scared. Farley grabbed Chen Zhao's shirt tightly as she hid behind him. It's fine. He won't hurt you. Chen Zhao took a deep breath. Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie had all been summoned by his desires. As a subordinate of the King of Greed, Mammon Bishop must have been summoned by his desire for money. Mammon, do you plan to keep talking to me like this? I'm your master, after all. Master? How dare a human claim to be my master? Mammon was clearly disrespectful. Then, he leaped forward. Suddenly, he split into 2 wolves, one black and one white. The white wolf jumped forward and turned around to face the black wolf, as if he was trying to stop the black wolf. White, are you stopping me from killing this human? Black, he is indeed your master. If you attack him, you'll be punished too. Master? I have no master. Feel his scent carefully, the white wolf said. The black wolf finally stopped being aggressive and began to inspect Chen Zhao. How did this happen? Why do I have a master? Why am I in the human world? Looks like you already know your identity and the situation. Chen Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. It would be best not to have a conflict. Chen. It's really fine now, Chen Zhao assured, patting Farley's shoulder. Did you summon them here? Yap. It was purely an accident. Even I was shocked. If you summon any strange things again in the future, can you tell me in advance? I said it's an accident. You sure they won't attack me? Go back to your room first. I'll tell them the rules. All right. Call me when you're done. Farley escaped into her room, bringing Walter with her. Chen Zhao stared at the black wolf and the white wolf before him. They looked as if they were a single entity. Shouldn't you introduce yourselves? I'm White Mammon. He's my brother, Black Mammon. I represent wealth, while he represents price. Be straightforward. I don't understand what you mean. I can give wealth, while he can demand the price. Can you make money appear? No, White Mammon answered. Can you make me win the lottery? No. Then what can you do? I can guide you towards wealth. Of course, you need to pay a price too. What price? Chen Zhao took out a piece of demonic crystal. Is this okay? White Mammon immediately jumped in front of Chen Zhao. Black Mammon also swallowed his pride and stuck his tongue out, his face filled with greed. Chapter 166, Trashiest Demon Duo in History. Chapter 166, Trashiest Demon Duo in History. As expected, demonic crystals were the currency in hell. It could basically be used for all types of trades. How much money can I get with these demonic crystals? Chen Zhao cared more about the exchange rate. There's no set amount. What do you mean? I can help you discover ways to make a fortune around you. The more you put in, the bigger the possibility to get rich. Possibility? So it's not definite. Chen Zhao lost his temper. After all this time, you're just playing with me. Leave. Go back to hell. I don't need you to. No. White Mammon immediately bit Chen Zhao's clothes. We haven't succeeded yet. We haven't even tasted a demonic crystal before. Don't chase us away. What do you mean you haven't succeeded yet? White Mammon was already crying pitifully and wretchedly. Black Mammon was curled on the ground, not making a sound. We're from a rural village. As subordinates of Lord Mammon, we vowed to become the most successful demons, but our abilities are barely useful in hell. One or two would come to ask for the wealth that they want, but we've never succeeded. Other demons wanted to become the strongest demons, they wanted to become the most successful ones. Did you ask for compensation even if you failed? We want to, but most of the time, we can't defeat the demons that ask us for help. Poor kids. So, if they can beat you, they won't have to pay anything. White Mammon stopped speaking. It was clearly an unhappy memory. Then what's with your abilities? Since you're Mammon's subordinate, you should have some unique skills, right? I can smell chances to receive wealth within a certain range. Black Mammon can make the other lose wealth. So you can't give me money directly? Yes, but if you have other requests, we are more than happy to help you. Look at our strong bodies, sharp claws. We can help you rip apart your enemy's neck. You work part-time as fighters? You don't know how hard life in hell is for us. White Mammon started grieving again. Chen Zhao finally understood why Beelzebub had asked why he'd summoned such trashy demons. They really were trash. They were so big because their true forms had been summoned. Beelzebub and Raymond were also subordinates of the 7 deadly sins, but only their projections had been summoned. This was only a part of them, and yet they were still restricted by the laws of the human world. Black and White Mammon's true forms had been summoned because they were just too weak. The laws of the human world barely affected them. Other than the inferior demons Chen Zhao had summoned with his ritual implement, these two had shown perfectly just how weak they could be. And Chen Zhao had thought they were powerful in the beginning. He'd imagined that they were so powerful that they wouldn't be restricted by the laws of the human world. Then they turned out to be weaklings. However, they could scare people if they appeared before others. They also had a unique skill, the ability to combine into one. They could combine into one, and it was really impressive. But they wouldn't become much stronger, because after combining, it was like 1 + 1 is equal to 1. There were no improvements other than the fact that they had 2 heads and 2 mouths. The biggest difference was that their skin color would become black and white. They only needed 1 portion of food too, and both would be satisfied. This could save a lot of money. Oh, I smell wealth, White Mammon suddenly said. Chen Zhao was hopeless. Lying on the sofa, he said, "Don't tell me it's the money in my wallet. I can't smell wealth with an owner." Wealth without an owner? Chen Zhao immediately grew spirited. "Can you take me there?" "Master, you must pay something." "Take it." Chen Zhao tossed the demonic crystal in his hand to White Mammon. Black Mammon looked at it and immediately yelled, "Don't swallow it. Swallow it when we're combined." Beelzebub and the others looked at them in disgust. They were such country bumpkins that had never had demonic crystals before. After combining and swallowing the demonic crystal, the two demons separated happily. "I've never had such enjoyment before. I'm starting to think that having a master is nice. If only I can have a good rest now." Chen Zhao kicked both Black and White Mammon. "Get up. You want to sleep after getting paid? I almost forgot. I can sense that the wealth is very close." White Mammon led Chen Zhao out the door. Thank God it was night. Otherwise, people would be scared to death to see such a huge wolf. Turning the corner, White Mammon immediately called out, "Found it." "Where?" "Here. This. Chen Zhao bent down and picked up a quarter. "Are you kidding? It's this one." "You must be kidding." "No, I'm serious." "You are definitely kidding," Chen Zhao said, clenching his fists. "Master, are you unhappy? Can't you tell?" Chen Zhao stared at White Mammon with a dark expression. "This isn't valuable." "You need at least 1 million of these to be valuable," Chen Zhao muttered darkly. 1 million? Do you know how much money I could make if I had kept that demonic crystal?" "How much?" "I'm sure you don't want to know. Let's change the topic." "Master, are you angry right now?" "No. I have no change in mood other than the fact that I'm hungry. What do you want to eat?" "Wolf meat." "Master, I can find 1 million of these for you." "Whatever, it's the thought that counts. If I want to depend on you two to get rich, I'd rather go dig a gold mine." "Master, I smell wealth again. It's the middle of the night. I'm not lowly enough to look for coins on the ground. It's different. It has a thick smell, 100 times thicker than this one." Chen Zhao wasn't in the mood. He wasn't interested even if it was $100. "Go get it yourself." "I'm not going." Chapter 167, I would rather I didn't find the gold. Chapter 167, I would rather I didn't find the gold. Chen Zhao was preparing supper for his demon pets. He planned to go to sleep right after that. Black Mammon's mouth was stuffed with meat and his face was wet with tears. "I'm already in love with the human world. I'm never ever going back to hell. This kid. How badly did he suffer in hell?" Chen Zhao wondered. "Leave some for your brother. Don't finish everything." Suddenly, a black figure jumped into the house. White Mammon's originally white hair was already stained with dirt and his body was also somewhat wet. "Master, look at what I've found. Is this valuable?" White Mammon opened his mouth and a glittering gold bar dropped out. Chen Zhao's expression froze. "Gold?" He picked the gold bar up and realized that it was pretty heavy. It was real gold for sure. It should be a standard 1 kilogram gold bar. "Master, the place that I've found is filled with this stuff, but I could only carry one back." Immediately, Chen Zhao kicked Black Mammon's ass. Black Mammon looked pitifully at Chen Zhao. "Master, did I do something wrong? Your brother's working hard outside, helping me to earn money, while you're just here enjoying free food. Follow me. White Mammon, lead the way." White Mammon led them to a lake. It was precisely the lake beside the piece of land that Chen Zhao had wanted to purchase. "Did you find that here?" Chen Zhao asked, somewhat surprised. "That's right." White Mammon hurriedly ran around the lake and reached the waterfall. Then, he walked into the waterfall. Soon, White Mammon came out with another gold bar. No longer able to restrain himself, Chen Zhao also charged into the waterfall. In the cave behind the waterfall, he saw 2 boxes filled with gold bars. He sat on the ground and started counting. There were 400 gold bars in total. From the gold bars crafting, it was evident that this was not a treasure from man years ago. Judging from the rust on the box, Chen Zhao deduced that these gold bars had been hidden here for at most a month. White Mammon, are you sure it's ownerless? Master, I can only smell ownerless wealth. If it has an owner, I wouldn't have even smelled it. Chen Zhao searched the boxes again and actually found many passports. They had different names and identities, but photos of the same person. After some examination, Chen Zhao confirmed that they were left here by Treed Pempton. Should I take them for myself? Chen Zhao began to hesitate. This was a huge wealth for him, but also the compensation for those victims. Chen Zhao felt painful. This was the first time he felt so painful. It was so much money. As long as he kept these gold bars, he did not have to do anything for the rest of his life. It was enough wealth to sustain him until his death. Fuck, it would be better if I didn't find them, Chen Zhao muttered to himself. Farley had been awake all this while. She had been hearing the sounds of things coming in and going out of the house, but she had no idea what was happening. After 2 hours, she heard something again. Unable to control herself further, Farley walked out of the house and realized that it was Chen Zhao. The silly twins were right behind him with 2 bags on their backs. Actually, Chen Zhao could have used the spatial ring, but he had asked the silly twins to carry the gold back instead because of his bad mood. Chen, you went out to steal things? Chen Zhao threw the bags on the floor. Clang. It was all gold. Farley was flabbergasted. You really went out to steal things? Fuck no. They were hidden by Treed Pempton. I found them. Which means you're rich. Why is your face so dark? I have to give them to the fire victims' families for Treed. I would rather I didn't find them. Farley gasped. Are you really willing? How much money is this altogether? I'm not. Chen Zhao could even feel his teeth hurt. But even if I sell these gold for money, I won't dare to spend it. I can't live my life spending money that doesn't belong to me. I feel so uncomfortable. I would feel bad too. How about you keep some of it? It'll make you feel better. Never mind. They don't belong to me. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhao made his decision. How do you plan to give them to the victims' families? I'll ask David to help. Chen Zhao called David. David, help me to check who the victims of the winery fire are, and also those who were injured because of that. I need all the information. That's right. The more detailed, the better. Immediately, David started checking the system in the police station. He easily obtained the relevant information. Although David was not in charge of Mountain Town, such information was shared among all the police stations in the country. Any police would be able to access the information. Chen, I'll send the information to your phone. Check it. Chen Zhao and Farley organized that information. 8 people died, 4 were severely injured, and 5 had minor injuries. There were 400 gold bars, each of which weighed 1 kilogram. Each bar cost around 36,500, so they totaled to about $14.6 million. In the end, Chen Zhao decided to give 35 gold bars to the family of each dead victim, 20 bars for each severely injured victim, and 8 bars for those with mild injuries. As for whether this distribution was reasonable, Chen Zhao could not guarantee either. Chen Zhao could only guarantee that he was going to give all the gold out. Under the quiet night sky, a girl who was 14 or 15 years old sat beside the window, staring at the starry sky. Suddenly, she saw 2 huge figures jump into the courtyard. She took a closer look. They were wolves. The girl screamed in horror, "Mom, there's wolves! Wolves!" The girl's mother quickly charged into her daughter's room. "Abila, what happened?" "Mom, I saw 2 wolves in our courtyard." "Really?" The mother was somewhat suspicious. There were indeed traces of wolves in the forest surrounding Mountain Town, but they had never entered the town. "Yes. I really saw them. 2 huge wolves, 1 black, 1 white." The mother carefully opened the curtains. There was no wolf outside. However, the mother saw 2 bags on the ground. A few seemingly metallic bars had fallen out from them. The mother walked out of the house. She checked the bars and almost got a heart attack. They were 2 bags of gold, real gold. "Mom, there's a piece of paper here." The mother took the paper and read it. Immediately, she covered her mouth with her hand, her face filled with disbelief. Here's the compensation for your husband's death. Please take it. Abila, did you see anyone? No. I really saw 2 wolves, 2 very big wolves, but they disappeared very quickly. The mother was still doubtful. Did 2 people dress up like wolves? Or perhaps she really did see 2 wolves? Or was it just the Almighty God? Just then, the mother's phone rang. She took out her phone and realized that it was her neighbor, Anne-Lance. Wendy, are you in bed? Anne-Lance asked. No, Anne-Lance, what is it? Did you hear anything in your courtyard? Anne-Lance asked indirectly. Did you also discover something in your yard? You discovered gold too? You too? Yes, I thought that it was a thief. Then, I vaguely saw a beast. When I came out with the gun, I found 40 gold bars on the ground. Chapter 168, The Correct Way to Kidnap a Billionaire. Chapter 168, The Correct Way to Kidnap a Billionaire. An uproar erupted in the town that night. Practically everyone knew that the victims of the fire and their relatives all received a large amount of gold at night. No one could explain who exactly gave it to them. 3 families insisted that a wolf god gave them the gold. They also claimed that the town had an ancient wolf god legend. Chen Zhao woke up in the morning. Last night had been very busy. In the morning, the town was busy as well. A news channel even came to interview them and many people brought out their gold as evident. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chen Zhao. Knock, knock. Chen Zhao opened the door. Bant was holding a freshly made pizza. Chen, I knew you'd get up now. Thanks. I'm hungry. You got new family members? Bant peered in and saw the silly twins curled up in the hallway. Yeah, I found them on the street. Chen, thank you. You already said that yesterday. I don't want to hear you say it every day. No, yesterday was for yesterday. Today is for today. They're 2 things. I don't understand. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. Bant hugged Chen Zhao and walked away. Ken was a victim of the fire, so Chen Zhao obviously included them. The 8 bars of gold indeed helped them with their crisis. Even though Bant had seen through him, Chen Zhao still decided to pretend like he didn't understand. Some things could be known but didn't have to be said out loud. Actually, Chen Zhao was still in pain. He'd given out more than millions of dollars, but he felt like he'd done the stupidest thing in his life. Just then, Azina came over again. She yelped when she saw the silly twins. Oh my God, you got new pets. Are they wolves? No, they're Alaskan Huskies, just a bit bigger. Chen Zhao poured a glass of milk. Did you eat breakfast? Do you want to try Mary's cooking? Sure. What are their names? Black Mammon, White Mammon, Chen Zhao said. The silly twins were huge. Even Walter was a bit smaller than them. Azina looked even tinier before them. However, girls loved these furry animals. The silly twins had pretty fur too. Are you going out? Not in the morning, Chen Zhao answered. Going out in the afternoon. Yesterday and the day before, Chen Zhao was extremely nervous over Philip Quinn's matter. When he woke up, he realized that his nerves were all gone. He was even a bit excited to do something big in the afternoon. This was probably the reverse reaction after his fear or nerves reached the max limit. Anyway, he was excited. Perhaps this was because he no longer feared life or death. The closer they got to noon, the more excited Chen Zhao grew. Chen, what are you doing in the afternoon? Azina looked at him quizzically. You've been jumpy all morning. You're not going to go rob someone, right? This is for adults. I might not come back tonight after going out. Help me take care of them. Can I bring them home? Sure, Chen Zhao said, nodding. After the job in the afternoon, he also had to attend Leonardo's birthday at night. There probably won't be anyone at home the entire day, so he could have Azina help take care of the demons. What do you want to eat for lunch? I can make it, Chen Zhao said. Barbecue. That won't show my cooking skills at all. What are you good at? Egg fried rice. This was probably Chen Zhao's first time going out without his toolkit after becoming an illegal doctor. To be honest, he felt weird leaving empty-handed. When he'd heard about Philip Quinn's disgusting history, especially Ethan and Caprice's daughter's inhumane experience, Chen Zhao had really wanted to smash that old man's head in. However, the consequences would be too severe, so Chen Zhao decided to attack after putting himself in a relatively safer position. It had to at least be a method that people couldn't get proof of. Fickley Street. A car crash caused a traffic jam on the entire street. By the time Chen Zhao got there, he couldn't go forward at all and could only go by foot. Just then, his phone rang. It was from Captain Lloyd Word. "Mr. Chen, where are you right now?" "I'm at the entrance of Fickley Street. I think there's a car crash. I'm going to go look." "No need," Lloyd said. "We caused the traffic jam. Turn right and walk for 900 feet, then turn toward the Tester building and walk 600 feet. Sit in the open-air cafe and wait for my message." Chen Zhao went to the designated location. He ordered a cup of coffee and sat down. As soon as he did so, he saw a couple fighting. Sobbing, the girl ran into the street and was hit forcefully by a car. Chen Zhao froze. He was just about to get up and check when the man sitting at the same table grabbed his arm. "Mr. Chen, this was arranged." Chen Zhao's face filled with shock. "You're Captain?" The man didn't reply. He jutted his chin out. Chen Zhao followed in that direction and saw 3 identical black cars stopped on the road. A siren sounded, but the ambulance was stuck behind the 3 cars. The front of the road was jammed because the woman had been hit. The cars also couldn't reverse because the ambulance had arrived. "Philip Quinn is in one of those 3 cars?" "Yes." "How do I get close?" As soon as Chen Zhao asked, the fire hydrant beside the road exploded. A beam of water sprayed out. The road started filling with water and was soon half covered. The men in the cars were forced to get out. Chen Zhao saw the old man in the middle car. He was brought out by bodyguards from the other 2 cars. Philip was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards in black. Each guard was huge and muscular and they circled Philip. Their destination was probably close by, so they decided to walk. But as soon as they walked out of the fire hydrant's range, traffic started flowing again. The men had to get back in their cars. The moment they sent their boss to the car, it accelerated without waiting for the other guards to get on. Chen Zhao had witnessed it all and he was utterly impressed. It had only been 1 minute from Philip and his guards getting out of the car to getting in again. But in that 1 minute, the driver had changed. Chapter 169, Be Spider-Man for Once. Chapter 169, Be Spider-Man for Once. The bodyguards quickly charged into the other 2 cars and started chasing their boss's car. Chen Zhao looked at the person beside him. "Where do I go now?" "Wait here." Indeed, in less than 3 minutes, the car that carried Philip Quinn returned and it had already lost the bodyguards' cars. Chen Zhao could not help but admire the importance of professionalism. The kidnap looked just like a movie scene. All the routes and timings had been planned perfectly. "I don't understand why you didn't do this on Fickley Street directly. The road on Fickley Street is wider. Even if we created an accident to block the road, it would soon be cleared. Also, there are cameras along that road which would capture everything, but no cameras on this road," the person beside Chen Zhao replied. "Then why did you burst that fire hydrant?" "I can't figure out its purpose." "To obstruct the driver's view. In order for our people to replace the driver, we would need to get close to the car. Philip's driver is a professional bodyguard too. If we went near the car under normal circumstances, we would have certainly drawn his attention. Therefore, we must block his view before we could appear before the car unnoticed and then replace him." The person beside Chen Zhao paused and patted his shoulder. "You can enter the car now. Philip is in there." Chen Zhao boarded the car. In the car, there was an unconscious old man, but it was not Philip Quinn. Chen Zhao's expression changed. "Why is he not Philip?" The driver turned his head and asked in puzzlement, "He's not Philip?" "No." Chen Zhao shook his head. "It's a trap. He's a substitute." The driver's face also darkened. "Let's go. He must have a tracker on his body. Don't stay in the car." The driver left the car with Chen Zhao and then glanced at him. I'm Captain Lloyd Word. In my plan, I didn't even think about whether there might be a substitute. Philip has no record of using a substitute before, so it's our mistake. According to our agreement, we only take half the price. Even if you want to continue with this mission, we will still only charge you half the original price. No need. Chen Zhao shook his head, feeling rather stressed. I'll transfer you the money. We won't owe each other anything. Captain Lloyd Word glanced at Chen Zhao, looking as if he wanted to say something. In the end, however, he still remained silent. Chen Zhao turned around and walked away. He could feel a fire burning intensely in his body. Just then, Lloyd caught up with him again. Do you plan to act alone? You won't succeed. Gaia has told me that you're a very strong individual, but Philip's bodyguards are professional too. This time, it was a secret plot, but now, he will definitely be more alert. If you act harshly, I'm afraid you'll almost surely face a terrible death. Can I ask you something? What? Can you get CL Building's security information? You want to intrude into CL Building directly? If you can give me the security information, I'll appreciate it a lot. At least I'll feel that I didn't waste my money. I've studied CL Building before. Philip owns the top 3 floors. He lives on the 129th floor, his bodyguards live on the 130th floor, while the 128th floor is their activity area. It's completely impossible to sneak into his level from the main gate. You need an access card to enter CL Building in the first place. If you attempt to take the elevator to the 128th floor, there'll be manual identification. Once they mark you as an intruder, the 129th floor will be entirely sealed off. What if I enter from the sky? You mean helicopter or parachuting? That's basically impossible as well. Although there's a helipad on the rooftop, there's also 24-hour security. So it's almost impossible to intrude into CL Building. The reality isn't a movie. The various miracles in movies are nearly impossible to achieve in reality, Lloyd said. CL Building has a perfect security system. You won't be able to enter it successfully unless you destroy the building with strong firepower or you find Spider-Man and ask him to climb up the outer walls. Climb up the outer walls? Don't even think about it. CL Building has 130 floors. Nobody can climb 129 floors. What tools do I need to climb CL Building? Chen Zhao asked. Are you mad? I said it's impossible. Nobody can be that strong. Do you have the tools? Are you serious? Lloyd gazed at Chen Zhao. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Chen Zhao said with a straight face. Do you have rock climbing experience? No. How about building climbing experience? No. Lloyd felt that Chen Zhao was merely looking for a way to kill himself. Lloyd stared at Chen Zhao. Is your hatred towards Philip really so intense? I need to make up for my mistake. What did you do wrong? I gave him health. It's time for me to take it back. As a mercenary, Lloyd obviously knew about Philip's various crimes. After some silence, Lloyd offered, I can give you a set of Spider-Man gear, and also provide you with some help as an individual. 8 p.m. at night. Lloyd sat in an official car, looking at CL Building with an infrared telescope. Then, he took out his walkie-talkie. Try the 4 suction cups now and see if they're working. Yes. Everything's normal. I can't see you yet. Try to climb 20 meters up, Lloyd instructed. Very soon, Chen Zhao climbed 20 meters up the south wall of CL Building with the help of the suction cups. Wearing a tight Spider-Man outfit, he was literally cosplaying Spider-Man. To be honest, when Chen Zhao looked down from 20 meters high, he already felt pretty dizzy. Climbing up the outer wall was scarier than he had imagined. Just then, he heard Lloyd from his headset. How do you feel? You can still give up now. I'll continue, Chen Zhao said, trying to control his fear. Then from now on, I'll try to speak with you as little as possible. You won't have to spend too much energy talking. No, continue to speak with me. It can distract me from my fear, Chen Zhao said. Are you sure? Yes, Chen Zhao confirmed. Tell me what happened between you and Philip. Actually, I've only met him once. Lloyd quietly listened to Chen Zhao's story. To be honest, he had the same feeling as Chen Zhao. This kind of scumbag should have died in jail. From a moral perspective, Chen Zhao was not wrong when he healed Philip. Therefore, Lloyd could also understand why Chen Zhao wanted to kill Philip so badly. Tell me your current position. My indicator shows I'm 135 meters above the ground. Do you think you can still continue? Yes. I'm actually no longer afraid of heights now. Can you tell me your breathing rate? 38 times per minute. Chapter 170, Crazy Fitness. Chapter 170, Crazy Fitness. Half an hour later, Chen Zhao already reached the 80th floor. Lloyd Word was surprised. Even climbing stairs inside shouldn't be so fast, but Chen Zhao had reached the 80th floor in half an hour. Lloyd might be able to get there, but he'd need to rest and take at least 3 hours. This guy's body was crazy. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hello, Chen? Where are you? Chen Zhao could tell it was Farley's voice. I'm busy. You're still working? We said we're going to Leonardo's birthday party together. Sienna, David, and Chris are with me already. You're the only one missing. Soon. I'll get over there soon. You sound out of breath. Don't tell me you're night jogging again. No, I really am working. Okay, hurry up. Oh, can you help me buy a gift? What do you have in mind? Can you help me buy Leonardo a watch? What kind? Within $1,000. Lloyd was listening to Chen Zhao and Farley's conversation too. He was a bit speechless. This guy wasn't the normal kind of fit. How could he have the energy to discuss a friend's birthday party when he was so high in the air? His mouth never stopped the entire time too. Talking while doing such tiring labor would use up much more energy. After Chen Zhao hung up, Lloyd said, Chen, you still have 20 levels before 129. You can hurry up if you still have the energy. Chen Zhao pulled off the suction cup of his left hand and started speeding up. The main part of the Spider-Man gear were the suction cups. The man-made fiber cups were very resilient and had many tiny holes. The holes would balance the air pressure within 5 seconds if the suction cups were placed on a smooth and flat surface. This reduced the suction of the cups, meaning he had to keep climbing and couldn't rest. Lloyd looked through the binoculars. Chen Zhao had obviously sped up. This guy was practically a monster. How did he train? Maybe Lloyd had to ask him for some tips. Chen Zhao suddenly had motivation, a lot of motivation. Boundless energy seemed to flow out of him. Thinking that he could soon see Philip and make him pay, Chen Zhao grew very excited. Chen, you're there. Use the main suction cup to stabilize yourself, Lloyd said. Use the iron pen to break the glass. Chen Zhao drew a circle on the glass and then smacked it. The entire piece of tempered glass flew in. Chen Zhao was finally able to go in. He put on the night vision glasses and turned off the walkie-talkie. He had to admit that Philip Quinn's wealth allowed his life to be unimaginably opulent. The entire 129th floor was his. Chen Zhao looked at Philip, who was lying on the large bed. He was sure that this was Philip. He was deep asleep now. Chen Zhao pounced directly onto him. Philip woke up with a start, but he quickly realized that his mouth was covered. Under the faint light from the window, he could vaguely make out a figure in a Spider-Man costume. Have you seen hell before? Chen Zhao's voice had changed due to the headpiece. A heavy bell suddenly rang out in Philip's mind. It was the death toll from hell. He realized that lava started flowing around him. The dark horizon was like the end of the world. Looking at the terrified Philip, Chen Zhao finally smiled happily. After using Hell Knell, he also gave Philip the spiritual sting. These two spells together resulted in double the psychological torture. Chen Zhao wasn't satisfied though. Merely psychological torture couldn't satisfy him. He took out a bottle of potion called Blood of Decay. He'd prepared this just for Philip. After pouring the Blood of Decay into Philip's mouth, Chen Zhao knocked him out. Lloyd had said that after successfully infiltrating the room, Philip couldn't make a single sound or movement. They didn't know if there were any alarms in the room or bed. Chen Zhao returned to the hole in the glass and jumped out. The moment he started falling, he opened his parachute. It was his first time parachuting and it was from a low altitude too. Low-altitude parachuting was more dangerous than from a high altitude. It could be fatal for a newbie like Chen Zhao, but it was the only way to escape. It wasn't like he could climb back down. The parachute slowly dropped to the designated location. Lloyd was there waiting. Did you succeed? Yes. Chen Zhao ripped off his mask and panted heavily. Did you kill him? No, but I can make it more painful than death. An excited and cruel smile appeared on Chen Zhao's face. I didn't think such a bizarre plan would be so successful. Can you give me a ride? Of course. To where? The car stopped at Leonardo's entrance. Chen Zhao and Lloyd hugged. Captain, thank you. If you need help, please contact me. No problem. I have a daughter too, so I think what you did was right. Goodbye. Bye. Lloyd drove the car away, but Chen Zhao stayed at the door. He put on the Spider-Man costume again while calling Farley. Farley, are you still at Leonardo's house? Yeah. He asked why you're not here. I'm outside. Where's the gift you helped me buy? It's on me. Take it to the bathroom. Chen Zhao snuck into Leonardo's house. After infiltrating CL building, he felt like this was a piece of cake. When Farley saw a Spider-Man climb into the bathroom window, she almost freaked out. Sure, it's me. Chen. It's me. You're late because of this outfit? No, I had an emergency patient. I had to do some special treatment. Fine. How do you want to make your entrance? Just then, the bathroom door opened. Leonardo stood in the doorway, staring at Farley and Spider-Man in shock. Did I come at the wrong time? Leonardo gaped. Leonardo, you ruined my grand entrance, you know? Chapter 171, Birthday Party and Rufford's Comeback Race. Chapter 171, Birthday Party and Rufford's Comeback Race. Leonardo had initially been somewhat disappointed by Chen Zhao's absence, but he did not expect Chen Zhao to have actually put in so much effort just to surprise him at his birthday party. Immediately, he felt rather touched. Leonardo, this is for you. Chen Zhao passed Leonardo a gift box. Thank you, Chen. You look really handsome in this outfit. Well, I take it as a white lie. I'm serious. You indeed look great. The three returned to the living room. Sienna, Chris, and David were all already there. With colored ribbons everywhere, the living room was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Chen, here you are. Why are you in a Spider-Man costume? Chen, you're late. Finish this bottle first. David threw Chen Zhao a bottle of beer. Isn't it boring to just drink like this? Let's have some programs. Me. Farley was not shy at all. Find me a pole. Are you going to pole dance? I learned it before, Farley said, but it'll be my first time dancing outside class. In fact, contrary to popular belief, pole dance was not just an erotic dance. There were even international competitions in professional pole dancing, including both male and female divisions. Moreover, pole dancing was actually a good way to maintain one's shape. Leonardo found a pole and also held the pole vertical. Farley danced around Leonardo, performing teasing actions every now and then. It was almost like a welfare Farley gave to the birthday boy. After the dance, everyone's mood was heightened further. Farley, during my next birthday, dance for me too. David laughed. Me too. Me too. Chen Zhao echoed. At the birthday party, the group sang and jumped around. Leonardo, my friend has a track and field competition later at LA Memorial Coliseum. I've asked him to give me a few tickets. How about we go and watch his competition together, and then go to a bar and drink all night? Chen Zhao suggested. Sure. Now. Of course. His competition is in an hour's time. We can still make it in time. Chen Zhao had already asked Board to wait outside the stadium with the tickets. Therefore, when they arrived at the stadium, they received their tickets straight away. Chen, which one is your friend? Rufford. Have you heard of him before? No, but henceforth I shall be his loyal fan. The competition was a star invitational and there were many famous athletes from all over the world. The atmosphere in the stadium was very lively. Americans surely loved track and field, and America was also very strong in the sport. America's track and field had always been the best in the world. There was such a saying, Bolt dominated sprinting, while Americans dominated track and field. This was certainly not an exaggeration, because America's track and field results had indeed been way ahead of the other countries. 100-meter sprint had always been a major and also the most popular part of track and field. Thus, when the sprinters entered the field, the audience was lit with enthusiasm. Then, the host started to announce each athlete's name. Whenever an athlete's name was called, the applause and cheers from the audience would reflect his popularity and reputation. When Rufford's name was announced, however, almost nothing could be heard from the audience. Not a lot of people knew him at all. "David, let's cheer for him. Together." David stood up and took out a plastic loudspeaker. The group stood in a row and shouted together, "Rufford, all the best." Rufford's originally calm mood was enlivened at once. He saw Chen Zhao and the people beside him. Their cheer was very abrupt, but it ignited all the blood in his body. The referee signaled all the participants to get ready. Rufford placed his right foot on the start line and got into position. Following the gunshot, the 8 sprinters flew across the track like 8 rainbows. A deafening silence erupted among the audience as everyone stared firmly at the sprinters. In just 10 seconds, the competition was over. The audience was stirred up again. A number appeared on the screen. Downwind, 1. 1 meter per second 9.69. Who is it? Who achieved this result? A name appeared on the screen, Rufford Kieran. All the audience were bubbling with excitement. It was so far the best result to be achieved in international competitions that year. While it did not break the world record, it was still an amazing achievement. With this result, the sprinter would very likely win the championship even in Diamond League or Golden League. Moreover, this result entered the top 3 among all the 100-meter sprint records in America. Of course, it was still significantly slower than the world record of 9.58 seconds. To sprinters, 1/10 of a second was already a very huge difference, hence the saying Bolt dominated sprinting. He was much better than all the other sprinters. Rufford ran along the side of the track in excitement. He had actually won this Star Invitational and achieved such a fantastic result. In addition, he also became the 3rd 100m sprinter to achieve a timing of 9.7 seconds. He was destined to be the spotlight of the night. At the moment, all the media teams in the stadium were crowding around and interviewing him. "I need to thank one person. He's my personal doctor. When everyone gave up on me, when the club gave up on me, he gave me hope. He gave me courage and confidence. When I was totally broke, he helped me. I also need to thank my coach, Mr. Board." Chen Zhao and his friends only managed to meet Rufford half an hour after the prize-giving ceremony. Board was beside Rufford too. When Rufford saw Chen Zhao, he immediately gave Chen Zhao a warm hug. Rufford had yet to fully calm down from his victory. Chen Zhao introduced his friends to him one by one. "Rufford, do you still have any competitions in the next few days?" "I have 2 national competitions." "Then I won't ask you to come and drink with us. Take care of your body. Have fun." Rufford also wanted to go and play with Chen Zhao, but as an athlete, he knew that keeping sober and healthy was the wiser choice. Furthermore, if he chose to go out and play, he would inevitably eat food that was unhealthy or even contained hormones. Usually, an athlete would be banned from eating outside food half a month before a competition. After bidding Rufford goodbye, Chen Zhao and his friends started their plan to drink through the night. "Does anyone know where's the nearest bar?" "Me. I'll lead the way," David offered. Chen Zhao had never been so relaxed before. Finishing Philip Quinn and then partying with his friends made him feel better than ever. Chapter 172, Playing to the Police Station. Chapter 172, Playing to the Police Station. "Leonardo, you keep staring at that pretty blonde. She your type?" Leonardo was a bit shy. "She's pretty. Then go and get her number. I don't know her. How can I get her number? Then you'll have to ask Chen, Chris said. He asked for my number the first time we met. Leonardo, if you can get her number, I'll pay tonight, Chen Zhao said. But. Go, don't be scared. Everyone was tipsy now. Encouraged by them all, Leonardo gathered his courage and walked toward the pretty blonde. Miss, can I have your number? The girl glanced at Leonardo, rolled her eyes, and turned around. Leonardo came back, head hanging low. Chris looked at Chen Zhao. You go. Chen Zhao stood up and walked to the blonde. Can I sit here? She glanced at Chen Zhao and nodded. Are you alone or waiting for friends? Alone, the blonde replied. After alcohol enters your body, it'll mix into your blood. If you talk to someone, you'll take in more oxygen. This can reduce the effect of the alcohol and speed up metabolism. That's why you should never drink by yourself. It's lonely, so I'll buy you this one. The blonde tried the drink and scooted closer to Chen Zhao. Her red lips carried an intoxicating fragrance. You know what makes the drunkenness go away even faster? Intense exercise and sweating. Sweat can expel alcohol too. This is my hotel room number and my phone number. If you need to get sober, you can come find me tonight. Chen Zhao returned to the group with a triumphant smile. Chen, you're too awesome. How did you do that? It's a skill. Let's play cards, Sienna said. Yeah, let's play. 10 rounds later, Chen Zhao and Sienna practically never lost. Sienna, can you make that guy behind you stop walking around? Chen Zhao called out. Your cheating is so obvious. There's someone behind Sienna? Leonardo asked, confused. Chris, David, and Farley all knew what Chen Zhao meant. They just didn't explain it. Don't say you didn't cheat. It's only cheating if you get caught. Otherwise, it's a skill. You're all so powerful. Can you not trick us normal people? They were kind of drunk now. Just then, a big guy with a beard, leather jacket, and bandana walked over to Farley. Miss, can I have this dance? Sorry, I have a partner. Farley held on to Chen Zhao's arm. That Asian. The big guy looked down drunkenly at Chen Zhao. Go away. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Chen Zhao stood up, swaying. Boom. The big guy punched straight at Chen Zhao's face, sending him to the ground. But then he picked himself up again. Like an angry bull, Chen Zhao headbutted the big guy's chest, pushing him to the center of the dance floor. Chen Zhao pressed him down and started raining down blows. An hour later, Chen Zhao sat in the police station with a bruised face. David, Leonardo, Farley, Chris, and Sienna all sat beside him. They were much more sober now. 4 big guys sat across from them with similar bruised faces. The bar owner had called the cops on them for public fighting. Reality proved that one's skills and street fighting weren't really related. In a chaotic fight like this, it was just a punch from you and a kick from me. The 4 across from them weren't easy targets. They were all from a biker gang and practically 10 feet tall. They were very muscular and probably twice as big as Chen Zhao. Fighting was an everyday thing for them. Compared to Chen Zhao's group of 6 rookies, it was much easier for them. They didn't have an advantage in this fight though. Chen Zhao and David were like human dragons. They could take on 2 each with no problem. In the fight, both sides were hurt, but the 4 bikers had more serious injuries. Leonardo broke his left arm and had a cast now. 2 of the bikers also had casts. Hey, you're all pretty strong, the big bearded guy said. He was the cause of this conflict. He was the one who'd started fighting with Chen Zhao, but he didn't get angry at Chen Zhao's group because of this. Fighting was like eating to bikers. They moved on after each fight ended. They wouldn't hold grudges just because they'd fought. You're not bad either. Melson walked over. Sign this and you can leave. The 2 didn't plan on suing the other, so there was no need to go to court. After the bikers left, Leonardo cowered a little when faced with Melson. Chen, I didn't think that you'd know how to fight. You finally got some blackmail material on me. Chen Zhao touched the bruise on his cheek. It was still hurting. Oh, right. Chen, I heard that the fire victims in Mountain Village all got a mysterious gift. Do you know about this? It's not a secret. Of course I know. It doesn't have anything to do with you, right? If it's me, I'd definitely keep the gold, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. I wouldn't do all that. Fine. Melson didn't plan on continuing to ask. He turned to Leonardo. Today's your birthday, so I won't yell at you. Hand a report to my office tomorrow. The farce was finally over. They all walked out of the police station. However, they were all happy tonight. Even though they'd ended up at the cops, it was still an interesting experience. Thank you for giving me a beautiful birthday party. Leonardo hugged everyone. As long as you don't think we ruined your birthday. No way, Leonardo said genuinely. This is the happiest night of my life. Even better than when you lost your virginity? David asked. Leonardo was speechless. This was a very meaningful night to him. It was also a meaningful night for Chen Zhao. Everyone was tired after the eventful night though, so they all went back home. Chapter 173, I Smell Wealth. Chapter 173, I Smell Wealth. The next day, Chen Zhao actually woke up before Farley. Farley was too exhausted from the previous night. While Chen Zhao was tired too, he rested very well precisely because he was relaxed. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was awakened by the doorbell. Azina and Dion were outside the door. Behind them were Beelzebub, Carrie, Obitos, and the silly twins. Raymond had wrapped himself around Beelzebub's neck. Lastly, Walter was still at the coastal rescue team. Robio would look after him. Because Farley had perhaps encountered a supernatural event the day before the last day, Chen Zhao had decided to let Walter accompany her. Also, because of Leonardo's birthday party the last day, they did not bring Walter back. Chen, here are your pets. Thanks. Did they cause you any trouble yesterday? To be honest, I was indeed shocked when Azina brought them back yesterday, but soon I discovered that they are much smarter than I thought. Even Raymond surprised me. Chen, are you an animal trainer? Haha. I'm a doctor. Dad, can I invite them to our home again next time? Of course, but you have to ask Chen first. Chen, can I? Azina asked, looking at Chen Zhao. Sure. Dad, I want to stay here and play with them. Remember to come back for lunch. Among Chen Zhao's demon servants, the silly twins should be the most obedient ones. Their lives had been difficult since young. One day, suddenly, they could eat all the meat they wanted. They could even occasionally get demonic crystals for dessert. It was thus not hard to imagine how happy and docile they were. At the start, Chen Zhao had really thought that they were two irritable and proud demons. After just one test, they had completely exposed their true nature. They had long thrown away their pride as demons. Just like how a classic saying goes, they would submit to whoever that fed them. They would befriend anyone who gave them food. Although their appearances were indeed wolves, they were more like two huskies, except that they were larger and had bigger appetites. According to them, they had never had a satisfying meal in hell before. Now that they had Chen Zhao as their master, they had to make up for the food that they had missed. When Chen Zhao heard that, his face was filled with mere contempt. As subordinates of one of the 7 great demon kings, their situation was really embarrassing. Look at the subordinate of Raymond Stees, the king of lust, or Beelzebub, a subordinate of the king of gluttony. While they might not be that powerful, they at least had their own territories. Their ranks were not high, but they still had their own homes and jobs. In comparison, the silly twins were just 2 tramps. Azina played until noon and left. Chen Zhao only called Farley up for lunch. Farley, are you going to work today? Yep. I didn't tell Robio that I would be absent in the morning. Farley would never pretend to be a gentlewoman in front of Chen Zhao. She had a drink as she stuffed her mouth with food. Because she had to go to the coastal rescue team in the afternoon, she could not drink alcohol. If this was dinner instead, Farley would certainly be holding a can of beer. Why don't you go to Angel Beach with me? You can play there and we can come back together at night. Sure. Chen Zhao also wanted to relax for a few days, so he did not reject Farley's invitation. Can they go too? Chen Zhao was worried for none of his pets but Obitos. The other demons were either dogs or dog-like. On the other hand, Obitos was a giant lizard. About as big as an adult Komodo dragon, he looked really frightening. Farley was already used to it, so she would not feel scared. However, if Obitos was brought to the beach, he could probably shock the tourists out of their wits. Of course. We can leave Obitos to sunbathe at the HQ, Farley said, throwing Obitos a piece of meat meanwhile. The entire family barely managed to fit into Farley's small car. Chen Zhao sat on the front passenger seat. On the rear seats, the silly twins already occupied the majority of the space available. There were still the similarly big Obitos, Beelzebub, Carrie, and Raymond. It was the first time the silly twins came out to play, so they looked particularly excited. They lied down near the windows, appreciating the scenery outside. When they arrived at the beach, the silly twins eagerly jumped out of the car. Their shoulder heights were already taller than Chen Zhao's waist. Indeed, they were two out-and-out huge wolves. Nevertheless, most people could not differentiate between huskies, Alaskan Malamutes, and wolves. Hence, none of the tourists thought that they were actual wolves. On the other hand, nobody dared to go near Obitos, who was lying on the ground. When Farley and Chen Zhao walked into the HQ of the Coastal Rescue Team, they still managed to shock Robio. What the fuck? Chen, is your home a zoo? Are these your pets? Robio walked up and inspected the silly twins. Are they wolves? Huh. You can tell. I worked in a zoo for 3 years before, Robio said. Are you sure they won't hurt the tourists here? Blackmar, Whitemar, roll on the ground. Dessert for tonight. At the moment, the two of them had long thrown away their pride as demons. They were thrilled by the word dessert. Robio looked at the silly twins in surprise. They're really smart. Huh. A lizard. What a special color. Is it a mutant? Give it a place to sunbathe, and I'll bring my other pets to play outside. Oh yeah, where's Walter? He's already patrolling on the beach. Chen, how did you train your pets? Walter now knows how to save a person without anyone's guidance. Our rescue team recently purchased 2 more dogs. Can you train them for me? Don't even think about it. I'm busy enough. You're busy and yet you're here to play. We've known each other for so long, and this is my first time here. Doesn't that show how busy I am? Do you want me to give up my rare free time and train the dogs for you? Chen Zhao changed to his swim trunks and then went out to enjoy himself. The other pets had also left, but the silly twins still stayed beside Chen Zhao. To be honest, the silly twins were attracting too much attention. After all, they were really too big. Many kids walked up to either touch or hug them. Master, I smell wealth. Stop right there if it's coins again. I'm not here to pick up coins. Chen Zhao was very disappointed with Whitemar's unreliable ability. In fact, he was even somewhat hopeless about their intelligence. He already had to spend a lot of time and effort to make the silly twins remember the different US notes, not to mention the even more complicated coin system. Although Whitemar had indeed successfully found many gold bars last time, he was only being lucky. Chen Zhao did not believe that Whitemar would be lucky for the second time. It's real. It smells very much like the gold last time, but it's rather faint. Maybe there aren't as many pieces, or perhaps they're too far away. Gold. Chen Zhao was energized at once. Can you locate the source? Chapter 174, The Town's Dog Craze. Chapter 174, The Town's Dog Craze. The scent is very faint, Whitemar said. Is there a direction? Chen Zhao asked. The scent is very faint. Can you sense the amount? The scent is very. Chen Zhao kicked him to the ground. If you tell me the scent is faint again, we'll eat dog meat for dinner. Whitemar felt wronged. He was telling the truth. Many people would accidentally lose change on the beach too, and the coins also had faint scents. It affected his senses. Chen Zhao didn't have any desire for change. They were only a couple of cents each. He probably couldn't get $100 even if he found all the coins on the beach. If it was paper money, it would be more obvious and people would get it before Chen Zhao. It wouldn't be as hidden as coins. Chen Zhao's phone rang. Ethan's excited voice streamed in from the other end. Chen, you did it, right? You did it. What are you talking about? That old bastard's in the hospital. The media caught Philip Quinn being taken into the hospital. His entire leg looks like it's rotting. He kept screaming on the stretcher. You did that, right? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm busy, gotta go. Wait, don't hang up. Ethan exclaimed. Chen, I had someone ask around. The police seemed to have found some evidence to prove that Philip had been attacked at home. They're investigating already. Be careful. Oh, Chen Zhao replied calmly. At the same time, he wondered what evidence it could be. Was it Philip's hysterical testimony? No one would believe an old madman, right? Oh, right. It was the hole in the wall that Chen Zhao had climbed in from. The hole was too obvious. He couldn't have covered it either. Chen Zhao didn't worry about it though. He believed that his plan yesterday was practically the perfect crime. Lloyd had helped him analyze the entire process. First was the climbing. Unless someone else had infrared binoculars too, no one else would be able to see Chen Zhao climbing CL building at night. Second, Chen Zhao had on the Spider-Man mask. His entire body was sealed, so he couldn't have left behind skin cells or hair in Philip's room. Then there was the parachuting. He'd painted it black, so it was difficult to be discovered. There was a small possibility that he left evidence while climbing and parachuting, but it was impossible to say it was him. He also had nothing to do with Philip, so no one would suspect him. The most critical point was that the police wouldn't think that someone had climbed up. They would only think that someone had climbed down. After all, climbing straight up for hundreds of meters was impossible in a short period. This wasn't like rock climbing either, which would be easier. There were places for resting while rock climbing. It wasn't impossible to rest in every path. There were chances to replenish one's energy. But in a crime, it was impossible to climb hundreds of meters in a short time. Instead of worrying if the police would find him, Chen Zhao would rather find some coins on the beach. The silly twins searched happily too. The more they found, the better they would eat that night. Many tourists on the beach came over to take pictures of them. Chen Zhao had hung a sign and can on their necks, "Please tip for selfies." He didn't write down a price, but they'd collected a can of coins in an afternoon. After they found out that they could make money from pictures, they would stop those that didn't pay. They practically became the bullies of the beach. This was also why they became the most popular tourist attraction there. In the end, many tourists purposely didn't pay them so they could play around. No one cared about people who made money through pictures like this. After all, America didn't have city guards. There were a lot of buskers on the beach too. After finding this new and easy way to get rich, the silly twins didn't want to leave the beach. Unfortunately, the crowd thinned around the evening. Time to go. Farley collected her things and saw the 2 cans of money on the silly twins' necks. To be honest, she'd witnessed Chen Zhao summon these two. In the beginning, they'd given off a strong oppressive feeling, so she'd thought that they were cold and arrogant. Their performance at the beach today completely upended her impression of them. As long as the tourists gave money, they were willing to be petted, hugged, or ridden. Their statuses had completely been destroyed. They probably didn't even know that they'd once had an impressive image. Are we going straight home? Let's go to the supermarket and buy some dog food. In one night, they ate a month's supply of Beelzebub, Carrie, and Walter's food. They aren't normal wolves or dogs, right? Is it okay to give them dog food? Do you too like dog food? The silly twins nodded furiously without holding back. The sea wind on the coast highway was a bit chilly as it blew into the car. Even with a city like L.A., winter nights still made one feel cold. Chen Zhao didn't like having cold air blow in his face, but the silly twins didn't care about the others. They enjoyed the wind, hoping they could continue tomorrow. It was their first time truly making money. They'd earned the money for buying the dog food today too. When they reached the supermarket in town, Chen Zhao left the pets at customer service, but the worker actually told him that dogs could be taken inside. This was strange because the supermarket always had a clear sign saying that pets weren't allowed. After asking, they learned that the town suddenly had a dog craze. In 2 days, there were 100 new dogs in town. Most of them were huskies as well. The silly twins were too big, but the worker still saw them as huskies. When Chen Zhao brought them into the supermarket, he realized that there really were other customers with their dogs. Chapter 175, Killer Coin. Chapter 175, Killer Coin. Farley, did you just receive your pay? No. Then why did you take so much stuff? You're not expecting me to pay for those cosmetics, are you? Farley rolled her eyes. Of course I'm paying myself. Those things cost more than 1,000, right? When I wanted to borrow money from you the day before yesterday, you said you didn't have any. I'm going to use my credit card. Farley rolled her eyes at Chen Zhao again. My dad gave it to me. You're still using your family's money when you've already been working outside for a few years. Yeah, I know. I'm used to splurging. My dad also knows that my current work certainly can't sustain my spending. So your family's quite rich, I suppose? I would say so. At least my dad's income should be pretty high. After they left the supermarket, they filled the trunk of the car with stuff. UCLA. Smith, it's late. Aren't you going back? Smith lifted his head, adjusted his glasses, and replied, not yet. I still need to organize the data I got today. Smith was a historian. He had obtained his PhD at UCLA. Currently, he was a lecturer in UCLA. His main research interests included the Maya civilization and the Inca Empire. He had led teams deep into the Amazon rainforest several times to find traces of the Maya civilization. Also, he had brought many relics back, including many with important historical or research value. Smith was indeed successful in his career and also had a loving family. However, 12 years ago, Smith suddenly divorced his wife. That time, all his colleagues were bewildered. They did not understand why the two would divorce despite their seemingly stable relationship. Furthermore, after his divorce, Smith had become very dispirited. The once admirable, elegant, and handsome lecturer was gone, replaced instead by a decadent, slovenly man whose face was permanently filled with an untidy beard and whose body always emitted an unpleasant odor. After the last colleague left the lab, Smith stood up and took out a coin from his pocket. Staring at the coin in his hand, his eyes were filled with a complicated look. He had found the coin in one of the ruins of the Maya civilization. That time, a rich man who wanted the coin had already contacted him in advance. Smith accepted the deal because he really needed money. Moreover, the rich man had offered him a very high price. Therefore, he secretly brought the coin out of the ruin and did not inform the archaeology team. Little did he expect it to be a cursed coin. Since the day he received the coin, he had been surrounded by bad luck. The first victim was the rich man. The day after they completed the trade, the rich man died in his own house. The coin also eerily appeared in his pocket again. Next, his pregnant wife miscarried due to an accident. Because of this, they eventually divorced. By then, Smith had already realized the coin's peculiar and ominous nature. He tried to destroy the coin. He took the coin to one of the buildings in the university and dissolved it with sulfuric acid. The coin vanished completely before him, but tragedy happened again. That day, about a dozen students wanted to steal from the warehouse. Coincidentally, Smith had just taken the sulfuric acid from the warehouse and forgotten to lock the door. The students successfully entered the warehouse. When they were discovered by others, they were already dead in the warehouse, killed by chemical poisoning. In addition, the supposedly destroyed coin appeared before Smith again. That time, he had yet to realize the severity of the issue. He tried to destroy the coin a few more times, but he would always get the coin back again in peculiar ways. No matter where he left the coin or how he destroyed the coin, it would return to him in the end. In addition, he discovered a pattern. The more severe he damaged the coin, the more severe the accident would be. Also, the accidents all occurred beside him. However, he also found out that every time a person died, he would obtain a corresponding amount of wealth. Before the rich man died, he had obtained a huge amount of money from the man. When the students died in the warehouse, he won the second highest prize in Powerball, which was $1 million. It was almost as if the money was a reward for his work. At the start, Smith was thrilled, but soon, he was creeped out. Although he had received all the money legally, every time such a coincidence happened, he would have a sleepless night. Later, he tried to give the coin to others. However, the coin would still somehow return to him. The person who received the coin would also experience an accident, where the severity depended on the time he had the coin with him. Half a year ago, he went to Hawaii for holiday and left the coin on the cruise. The next day, he received an inheritance from his grandfather whom he had not met for many years. It was a total of $20 million. Then, he heard that the cruise ship which he had been on was missing due to a storm. There were over 2,000 passengers on the cruise back then. Suddenly, the coin in Smith's hand began to tremble and give a buzzing sound. Again. Smith looked at the coin, after which he walked towards the now abandoned university building. In the past years, he had been studying the coin. Therefore, he now more or less knew the coin's characteristics. The coin seemed to feed on souls. The coin had two special states, one of which he called hunger. If it did not kill anyone for over a week and remained in Smith's possession, it would cause disaster to random people besides Smith. Every time, at least one person would be killed. The other state was full, just like now. The coin would buzz and tremble. When this happened, Smith had to find a place to release the extra souls from it. The abandoned building had become the perfect choice. Even Smith had no idea how many souls he had released into the abandoned building over these years. Thus, the abandoned building had also become an actual haunted place. Students who entered the building would eventually encounter accidents of various severity. The university had tried to demolish the abandoned building before, but again it was accompanied by accidents. One time, the university planned to demolish the old building by implosion. However, the explosives prepared by the engineering company blasted its own people into the sky instead. In another instance, there was a mechanical accident. When the excavator removed a wall, it fell down and killed 4 people. Since then, the abandoned building had been left untouched. After all, the amount of compensation that the university had paid was enough to buy a few pieces of land of similar size. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.